Hello. How you doing? Welcome to the show. There we go. And there's Akira. Freaking 15 stream streak already. Dang. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see what we can come up with today. Oh, and also, maybe we could do a preemptive, like, pinned message. 'Cause I had some ideas, because people have been playing like Terraria lately and stuff, and I was inspired to try something new that will get to gaming. Well, not try something new, but just add even more games to the list of things I'm currently playing. But we'll still have the vote when the time comes. But I was thinking we would add, we'd have like Dwarf Fortress, Terraria, Factorio, Void Stranger. Because I love Stationeers. I'm gonna keep on playing that no matter what. But I don't want to just play I want to play Stationeers all the time, but I also want to play all the other games. So I've also come to the conclusion that having these votes for the game of the day does seem like a good way to sort of force my hand to, keep playing a lot of stuff. But first, we jump here and we push that button and everything works. I love it when everything still works. Oh, after the weekend I finally did it. I ordered myself a new keyboard. Soon I'll have 2 control buttons actually attached to the keyboard. Well, one of them is kind of attached, the other one should... I guess I could glue it in. And the keyboard kind of works, but well. Money's already been spent. So that's nice. But right now, we gotta see. What did we get done last time? Well, we got the visualizer to work. The nodes are going in. The lines are going in. We can turn the lines on and off by clicking on the lines. So now we need to get the actual runic logic to also flow a little bit. We'll see. And also, thanks to the wonderful feedback we got last time, I'm going to change the name from the 2-hour game dev to just morning game dev for now. Maybe we'll do like just, the freaking Hondo code segment in the beginning or something. Come up with some slogan for it. But for now, just morning coding. Morning game dev. With your old man, your old friend, Hondo the dweeb. Why you not working? Again. Oh well. There we go, now it works. Don't know why that works sometimes, but it does. Alright, so we have our circle editing menu, circle visualization done. Oh yeah, so we'll just add a new layer for the goals for today. I'm assuming we'll see how stuck I get. Goals for the 1st of February 26. I don't know what it's saying, but my brain keeps on trying to twist it into like, what you want. It feels like a bastard or being like an asshole or something. My brain is funny that way. It keeps on like forcing lyrics into like misheard nonsense. So our goals would be, well, one, I guess we'll add it to, see, too many things lying around the brain at once. Let's focus on this one first. So, like I was saying, we need to somehow incorporate the nodes into the actual node logic. Now, we could manually put them in, but that sort of defeats the entire purpose of what we're trying to build here. So, the idea is to have a empty node. So we need before we focus on if the nodes like logic flow works, we are actually gonna first focus on keep focusing on the UI in this one. So we now want to add a rune inventory to the circle menu. And click and drag logic. Hello there, Gilded Birch. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around. Now, I think these two could be a large project by themselves. So we'll see. Because I've done a click and drag logic once, but that was literally years ago. But I do remember it being a bit of a pain, and I ended up like overcomplicating it. Because the thing is, for a click and drag logic, we need to have a separate sort of container, kind of like a scene, but I guess we can make this one like completely appear out of code. You see, we have the object here, and I bring my mouse over and I click it. I need to identify, like, okay, well now we're trying to do a click and drag. So first we click it. That is not yet a click and drag. Then we drag it. Then we recognize the difference between your basic click, and then you add a drag. This means that, okay, now we have drag. So now we need to take this object, remove it from this list, from where it is. We'll do there, quick little visualize. There's a menu of things. I want to click and drag. But I also want to, so mark this. This is now being dragged so that it can be like grayed out, because we need to leave the pointer there. Because what if we like want to cancel our click and drag halfway? Like, you know what, that didn't work out, put it back. Which means we can't actually delete it where it came from. We just need to like mark it like, okay, prepare for potential deletion or return. So we'll mark it for, okay, so we click, we drag, we add a marker, so we can use the marker to change its visualization, make it like grayed out or something. Then we'll have to create a new visual element that follows the mouse, so that we can visually see our mouse dragging it. And then we need to have a detection system at a potential target, which should highlight when it detects a mouse actively dragging something, trying to put that something in there. So we want a visual highlighting, potentially even using that whatever UI graphical representation we have to already be copied into here. Potentially even like we hide this one and we temporarily move it here. But if the mouse goes back out, it'll then like pump back into if the mouse is dragging it. But that's okay. So those are like quick little animation details. But things we want to keep in mind for what we might want to do with this one. And then when we are at a potential location, not only are we doing like the visual, like what if we want to drop it there, kind of logic, but we also want to then prepare, make everything ready for an actual drop, so that if you are then you have your mouse inside this place, you're doing click and drag, and you release the mouse button, then we copy the information into this container, change it to its visual representation and all, plus then reach all the way back through a reference to its original and tell it to delete yourself. Now the thing is, do I want these separate containers to then carry the information of all of the player's inventory? Or should they be a sort of underlying inventory of everything that then also contains not only the reference of what is inside there, so if you have a sort of larger list of actual resource or actual things our player owns. So we have the list of the items, but a part of that is where is that item currently? Is it in the inventory? Is it inside a circle? And so on. Because I would hate for there to be a way for things to be accidentally deleted halfway. Because you're doing crafting, a little logic hiccup happens, and then it's all fucked. Because it's better if the item always remembers its location, or at least its last known location, so that in case something happens, we can refer to its last known location and put it back there. And if it can't go back there for whatever reason, it could also then default into, say, it then appears inside its appropriate inventory space. I think that might be better, because, again, I'm trying to preempt potential bugs. Like, what if we try to put two runes in the same space? Like, one of them is manually being placed, but then that leads into a chain reaction where something else can't go where it is. So it tries to default to where it used to be, and that has now been rewritten over by a new rune. And then because they try to exist in the same space, one of them will get deleted. And if it can't, go back to where it used to be, what does it do? Like, or you have a circle with runes inside and you somehow destroy the entire circle. Well, what happens to the runes? Where should they go? What if they have no knowledge of inbuilt sort of where they came from? Because of a certain chain and logic led to the situation. I think that would be a good idea. And also we want to avoid duplication of items. Where something is already in the inventory, but then something is trying to put the same thing back in the inventory, or two separate logic is trying to put it in there. And yeah. Plus, if you have that Omni inventory background in the background, we could use its logic every time we want to just quickly put something back in the inventory. Because for the click and drag, it makes sense because we want to visually not move them around too much, but we can have a sort button, a sort of quickly move thing from inventory button, similar to stationeers and other games where you just go like a control click on a thing and it'll just pop into its appropriate inventory. So if all of that was handled by a non-visualized database, and then we'll have these visual elements which do the essentially is just a UI visual representation of what's happening in the background, and they handle the sort of more player interaction like clicking and dragging. You know what, chat? You got me convinced. That's what we're doing. So, click and drag logic. We'll have will the game have drops? Yes, because one of the things we'll be doing is harvesting the enemies for the resources, which we need to build better runes and do better crafting and trading and so on. That is the sort of motivation why we are fighting the enemy, is to collect things from them. But that will happen then in a sort of local inventory, and when the run is over, we'll be moving those things into a separate one. And if you have drops, you don't need a central database. In what way? How would the drops remove the risk of this happening then? It's like on an honest question, because I see that the drops would be, but that's because that's happening in mid combat. Things happen. Your drops, you have your localized inventory for those things, and that keeps on happening. And once you have collected those, and then you go into your crafting logic, into the in between runs menu, and that's when you have your runes, and that's where you do your building. And that's why I'm just thinking, because the central database, and also then having a sort of reference to where everything is, would also make it easier for things just popping into the correct menu when you open the correct menu. So there'll be items not in it until you pick them up. like I get us having sort of like a menu, like an inbox. Because let's say we have the battle map called the VM. So here we have a sort of local inventory. It's empty and it reacts to what the player is picking up, right? And then we have our crafting menu, which then handles all the runes you have and all the recipes known to you and your sort of warehouse of things you own and things you might trade and information about what you might have in potential base upgrades and robot parts. It'll also be held to maintain all interactions. It's much easier to drop items to the floor if you do not know where they should go. Yeah, but how do you like drop a recipe? You know, that's what I was thinking. Like we'll have okay, that's a bad example, but like runes and so on. The runes might also be like just crafted. Maybe you can also create your own runes because you know like the magic of the word of power, and then you can make stronger versions of said runes once we get to crafting. But there will be drops. But I don't like the idea of the only way of just chucking shit on the ground, because I was thinking the player character or the bots thing will only be spawning into the game in the battle map. And then there's a separate sort of base building thing which might have a player running around, might be just menu based. So this is more for the menu based logic. Then I'm gonna have your central database, and you can put it into inventory if there is place and drop as fallback. Yeah. No. See, that is exactly the kind of logic I was thinking of using perfectly exactly inside the sort of battle map. This is more for the whole crafting, between runs logic, is where I was thinking we'll just have a sort of central thing, but also because I was thinking a central thing will make it easier to eventually then serialize and for save and load information. Because the thing I was just essentially getting to was it's easier to have a sort of central lists of your inventory and where it is, rather than letting like UI elements handle that one a bit too much. So I was just thinking like how far should I mix in the UI elements with the actual logic, because I don't like it when things sometimes, because I can see a potential bug happening of the UI logic not agreeing with what should actually be in the menu for like click and drag purposes. And now I might be just paranoid and I might be overthinking it. And also, how do you know if items in database are interactable? For example, chests too far from you, you'd have no location in this database. Chest could be too far if it's unloaded. I see. We have a fundamental misunderstanding here. No, that's not the kind of database I was thinking about. No. This is, like I was saying, this is for like menu interactions. Think about it that way. Not a player running around on a map interactions. Player running around on interactions, yes, I'm going to let the nodes handle all of that shit. There's internal logic, yes, and if that fails, you drop it on the ground. Absolutely. Yes. 100%. No, I was just thinking about more like in my head and about things like click and drag interactions of moving things like from in our, this would be the node in our, our magic circle kind of thing. And I was just thinking like how much should the nodes care about the information they're moving around, and how much of that should be actually them talking with the information that is happening down here. Because Godot will allow you to build your entire inventory system and its entire logic purely into freaking UI elements if you let it. I mean, if you code it that way. And it could kind of work. But I'm paranoid about that kind of structures. Those kinds of structures. So yeah, if we're interacting with the chests, then those will be handled with logic. Like node logic, like we're close to it. If things are being picked up and put down, and there's a chance for that stuff to happen, then yes, the default would be throw it on the ground and then deal with it. No, I was not thinking about that kind of database. I was just thinking an overarching inventory of where things are, like an inventory as in what your character actually does have. There'll be a separate database from where we just pick up we have like for the resource loader, where we can request like, hey, give me these resources for saving, loading, serialization, bringing things into the scene, and so forth. But yeah, in that one, yes, it's like you're at 100%. I agree with you. But yeah, we were just talking about different things. Yes, you can move shadows first and then do transfer only if it's valid. Yeah, exactly. Or you can make a wrapper of the item that remembers where it came from. Yeah, exactly, Sankir. That's the kind of stuff I was vocalizing here. Because I could... Yeah, the question was, should I allow when we click, we drag, we move this visualization into this tooltip, and it has a reference to the item. We go over the thing, we try to place it here, and if it fails or succeeds, it needs to then interact with the original in the menu through reference. And then I was thinking, like, what if something goes wrong? What do we default to? And then that information should be stored. Like, I don't want the menu, I don't want the container to care about what we try to put in there. It just checks, is it valid, yes or no? And it's more like the item itself should know what its own sort of most valid inventory location is. Like, well, I'm a rune. I am owned by the character player because we are here. So if someone's trying to place me somewhere I cannot go, then I should just return back into the rune in the inventory, kind of thing. Maybe wrong, but instinctively I resent centralized solution in favor of modular. Oh, I agree, Sinkira. I prefer modular systems as well. And yeah, because there's always, the golden sort of like middle path of like a little bit of centralization with some allows for like more compact, more like robust modularization, in my opinion. Because if it's just if everything is too modular and independent, it can also then lead to some interesting situations. And depending on what you're doing, that might not be a bad thing. But I'm here to learn, and also while I'm doing this, so I'm going to just keep on trying shit out. It could be that I'm very much overthinking this kind of stuff. It could be that it'll all end up fully modular in the end anyway. We'll find out. Like for example, for the click and drag, it will be fully modular in the sense that anything that can be clicked and drag will be using the same click and drag logic. It'll just sort of like when we try to do a click and drag, it'll just check, can we do a click and drag? And it says, yeah, then cool. And we do the click and drag logic. When you try to place it on a potential receptacle, it will first just ask, can I put this here? Yes, no. And then they just compare flags, some markers. Is it possible to put this thing in here? If yes, then highlight correctly. If not, then do nothing. And it could be that I'm, like I said, overthinking it, and I will end up going fully modular. We'll see. But I do know it's one of those things that seems on the surface that like it might not be too complicated, but it eventually usually is. So, right, and then we also need to figure out what is the menu we're clicking and dragging from. And for all that work, we're going to need something to click and to drag. So we're going to have to find some sprites at some point. Or make some. But how should our inventory work? I think the simplest solution would probably be we'll probably have to make a new scene again. Like an item representation scene or some shit, where we define, we'll have a place for a sprite and a label beneath it, essentially, and everything inside a container, and everything inside a container so that they'll always be linked correctly in relation to each other and all that. So then we'll have the rune name, and the area above it in its entirety will be for the rune. Now there's a square and a square. Okay, fine, we'll do a... I don't know, magic rune. And when we click and we drag, the name goes away. We only then move this sort of click and drag the sort of the visual. So it'll have to be, yeah, so we'll just do the sprite, goes from there to then the mouse. We find a valid point, we then put that in there. Yeah, and then these would be having their own area 2Ds as well. Or maybe we can use a control node, because I think a control node can also detect the presence of a mouse. So this can be might be able to completely remain a control node, so we don't need the area 2D, which is fine. Yeah, that should be fine. Because we don't need to rotate it or anything crazy like that, so we don't need the full 2D node logic. And then these are in the menu. For now, we'll have the good old, it's a square, and they'll go essentially inside an invisible grid, but a grid. Invisible so that we don't need to see the lines, but these are then places for runes. Now, what's happening then behind the scenes? Well, will be a list, an array of sorts, and the runes and the inventories will have some kind of logic so we can then organize all of those, but we can just keep on adding more flags and more organizational logics, because as we've talked before, I do love me an inventory system with a good sort button. You keep on eyeing Sakira's comment there about presenting the centralized solution in favor of the modular one, and I keep on my brain keeps on getting to the thought that I think my sort of ideal is probably modular everything, interaction, but centralized information storage, pretty much. So modularized interaction, so we can always just reuse things in interesting ways, and then centralized storage, so we always know where everything is. But that's just my ADHD brain, so I know it's in a pile, but I know where the pile is. I know where that pile is in relation to other things, and I can trust I will find that pile, and inside there, that is my tools pile. There might be other things, but I do know there will be a hammer in there, kind of thing. So centralized storage, modular interactions. There's one way to look at it, I guess. Ooh, gotta change that one. There we go. So, I think we can start with doing this and then having a sort of everything rune inventory at first. We'll have sorting, yeah. Because every rune knows their own type, right? We've done that. They're in classes and so on. Then we'll have, like in many other things above here, like sorting solutions. Well, we'll have good old all, which will then display all runes, and then power sources, which will go to PS. Now our filters could be F, and our projections would be PR. And then we click those, and they all sort them all. We'll sort them by, I guess, name to begin with, and we'll have a freaking sort by name button there. And, well, they'll just always be sorted by name. You can't reorganize them at this point. At some point, then we'll have a... Do we want people to be able to reorganize these? Do I care? I think it'll be easier if we don't let them. We'll have to have a search filter, pretty much, which would also then work in conjunction with all of these. So when you can either search for every room with the word fire, or every filter with the word fire, every projection with the word fire, every power source with the word fire in it. Yeah. So those buttons show us what is the sort of currently displayed grander inventory, and then a search function would search within that inventory. That is a later one, but that is something we need to keep in mind as we build this. We're not going to put in the search functions just yet, you know. We don't have that many runes, it won't matter. Plus, it should be pretty easy. Just go like, if search term in names display, otherwise no. I say that, and I realize I hope I haven't jinxed myself. Now you can make your own tooltips in the game, so we'll have that as well. So when you mouse over a rune, then it gives you more, and opens a little tooltip that gives you even more details and information about it. And again, that's something we're going to add later. We don't need to worry about at this point because we don't have that much detail to add just yet. Maybe a separate sort of rune pop-up window, rune menu, where you can then click a rune, but maybe there's some more fluff text and everything, and that'll be displayed then. But for now, that should work. The question is, do we then just copy the item object into the mouse, or simply a reference? Yeah, of course a reference. Yeah, okay, there we go. See, that's why I rubber duck with you guys. You guys help me out more than you would ever know. So in the mouse, it has a mouse click and drag container that we'll also have to create. And within here, we have the sprite, which can contain anything. And has, reference to what is being dragged. Also, we'll need maybe stacking logic as well. We don't know yet. Because the idea is that we're going to go running around harvesting resources, so player will have to be able to interact with that inventory as well. So we're going to see how modular we can make this inventory system so we can use it anywhere to display inventories. Now the runes themselves naturally cannot stack because it is a word of power. Not like a physical rune stone kind of thing. Music is very confusing. So I guess first then we'll have to make the item object, because we're going to do it this way. The progression of logic here. First we're going to have to make an item object, which will then have, we'll have a display sprite. Play contained item name to item UI. To would they always be like just what do they contain then actually? Would they all be resource? Because the runes and such we made and the circles we want to be able to click and drag, they would all be resource objects. Then we create physical object in games in the game. I mean, they would also be resources, and then the resource themselves would know their current like amount and maximum stack size for stacking purposes. Yeah. So then we can have a reference to resource of some kind of type, and then we can use inbuilt building all of our resources in a similar way. We then have a good sort of way to detect what's inside. Yeah. You know, if contained is, circle base, behaving like this. If contained is rune base, circle behaving like this. If it is, I don't know, item base or whatever, we're gonna end up calling the class logic for that one. I see it. Alright. Coffee's gone. Great. So we'll build this thing first. Then we'll build that one. And then we'll build this one. And then we're looking at getting our rune logic to work with the new and improved circle system. Yep. Sounds like we got a plan. So start with the item UI. Right click, close all. Oh, sorry about that. Lines have their own UI node currently. Yeah, I'm going to keep all of this because I'm not entirely convinced with the way I decided to build it, but it works for now. The node UI does need one. Currently just has a colored rectum, and we're going to have to add a sprite node and stuff here so that we can then detect if mouse inside, do a highlight, and if contains rune, display appropriate rune. Heckin' perfect. So what do we call this? Because the amount of UI items is increasing. So we need to start putting folders inside folders to maintain some sort of organizational system. So it will be inventory UI perhaps. Works for me. Good old scanning of files. It's not a Sprite UI. What we need though, it is a texture rect, I think. No. Fucking what? Right. Well, that was not very family friendly. Jesus. Oh, YouTube Hub. They're full of strange wonders sometimes. Okay, then we do item name. Item visual. And click on the quick load. Let's look at this thing as is. I'm using this since now the placeholders 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You're in the middle, you're in the middle. Both have like one on the side. Okay. Kinda works, I guess. Oh, you'll need a script. Both rename you completely. Alright, item container UI. Save these changes. Give you a piece of script. That does nothing. Fantastic. New scene, which will be inventory display. Sure. Makes a acceptable amount of sense for now. Now, and this one we're gonna have to do a couple of funny shenanigans with, I believe. Add a child node, and I would like to add okay, what's a center? A container that keeps child controls in its center. Ooh. Oh, not what we need right now. What we need is a 9-patch rectangle. Control that displays the texture by keeping its corners intact but tiling its edges, and a center create. And you contain margin container, which contains a grid container. This 9-patch is miracle of UI. I love it. I know, right? I've tried it once a long time ago, and it was like, ooh, fancy shenanigans. I'll just need to find a adequate tile map. But we have it now for now. But it is super handy, because then you can just, we can have instantly auto-stretchy menu UIs, and it'll just tile the corners and stretch them out just perfectly. Heckin' wonderful. You know what we could do? Let's find a menu. Now we do 3 sprite menu. 3 sprite menu, the menu. A lot of wild shit out there. Game assets, please. Do 3 sprites. Wonderful. Select menu. How would that one work? I even got some. I've seen them. You wine would be the third. Thank you, Gilly Birch. Thank you. Already. Seems fun. Well, the idea is to just have something and seems acceptable. Let's see. And I copy that file. Here we go. All right, loading, thinking. Now, how did we... Not a viewport texture. Don't you want an atlas texture? Huh. So 7 seems to work there. Hmm. How annoying. You're off by what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're off by 1. See, top left remains good. Okay, whoever drew this is an asshole. In a mildly annoying way. Can't have this be fucking 1 pixel. That'll make just no fucking sense. Like, why are we tiling this at all at this point? We'll try to make it match the green stuff. 10 by 14. Would that work here then? No! least that should. Even done in a grid. I know, right? I'm like, what the hell? Why would you not do this in a grid? What kind of monster would do such a thing? What have I done? I'm such a fool. Oh well, this is for testing purposes anyway. Absolutely monstrous. What's the point of doing this if it's not on a grid? So you can offset that by that much. Then we get a 7 by 7. So then we got this into... See, because these, perfectly in a grid. In 7s or 14s. But up, down, not so much. Why would you do this? Other than, you just hate people, I guess. Absolutely monstrous. If we keep increasing... They're always off by 1. And this one is off by 3. So bring you back to 7. That's the separation here. Bring you back to 7. And you'd think this would be the grid they're using, but no! Now, in no uncertain terms, I'm getting the vibe that this was probably drawn by AI. Because it looks kind of like what it's supposed to be, but it's not. Because I don't understand why otherwise anyone would do this. The entire idea of these things is to have them be in a goddamn grid. I mean, look at this. That shit's not centered either. None of it is. Oh, so this is your grid size. Is that the idea here? Okay, so I'll remove the offset, so it's back to 7 by 7. So what is the size here then? Was I using the wrong logic? That's 16. By 16. With an offset of 7. No. How? You see, because now with the offset this thing here, now your 16 by 16 doesn't work. Your 16 by 16 kind of makes sense here, but not here. Jesus. Make that into 17 by 17. Now see, now these, again, almost make sense, but they don't. And this must be someone's AI project. Because there's no math here. There's no... Because 17 is also a weird amount of fucking pixels. It's not divisible by 2. You see, 16 I get, 18 I would get. 17? Nope. That shit ain't making no fucking sense. I'm unhappy with this. I was so happy. Like, hey, yo, we'll just go there and find a nice little free asset so we can dick around. Nope, instantly they fucked us, chat. It looks so promising as well. Now, let's go and then we do free pixel art UI. All I want is something GUI sprite style. Says, yeah, guess what? You're full of shit. That's what you are. Lies. Deception. People are like enjoying the fonts. So I'm assuming this text is like already in there. I don't. Yeah, nope. Alright, quick check though. What if I say no to that? We look inside assets, we just got the UI pack. Am I looking at it wrong? Maybe I was looking at it wrong. Which we need an atlas texture, which I should load from the inventory. No. Assets UI pack. Well, this one says tiles. Edit region. Alright, so there we have a hint. How is it possible the height is... always off by 1, yeah, because they made it a not divisible by 2 number. So 16 here goes. Not here. Not... You see 18, and then there's 1 left over, which means, yeah, it's not divisible by 2. Maybe at least some part of this would work. I just wanted to show off the freaking 9-patch rectangle because it is cool, and now I'm instead trapped. So 5, 5, and 5. 14. So we're approaching... No, 7. 7 is 14. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 26. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 26. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And for a 9 patch, we would need that to be divisible by 3, which ain't gonna happen. So yeah. For a little bit there, I hope that was wrong. Well, that is, yeah, designed by someone who hates people. Why are things not in grid? Makes me sad. The background, asset packs. It's well annoying because I've seen really nice ones. The reason you want them to be perfectly in the grid. Because I'm used to using those things because the math is mathing. It fits well with my ADHD brain, so no really, I guess. Maybe I'm just dumb. So I want the atlas here. We'll edit the regions. Because when things are perfectly in a grid, you know, the shit will always work. So when people are not using mathable numbers, it just annoys the shit out of me. Guess we can do the auto slice here. All right. And essentially I want this to be cut into 3 pieces, height-wise and 3 pieces lengthwise, so we can get a 9-piece rectangle. Also, where's the... Where's the focus thing? Is it texture? Click on nearest. Let's see if I can remember how to make this shit work. Because now this is not what it's supposed to be doing. It's not supposed to be stretching, it's supposed to be tiling itself. Well, now things are kind of making more sense to me. I guess I was being too anal about it. I know. Close. Nope. So this is the region, but how did I then split this thing? Right. Alright, so how big is this shit then? Be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So do like that. And now, finally, see, it adjusts accordingly. And that's all I wanted to do. And yeah, finally figured it out. Only took me a while. I misunderstood how it all works. Thank you for helping me out, chat. Clap. Thank you. Kill it, Birch. Alright, and the margin container would, of course, then have a... First of all, you're going to fill up the entire thing, and your margins will be 7 pixels. So the grid container, which also then fills you up, will have an appropriate amount of columns, I guess. We'll find out when we start adding shit into it. Switching the inventory display UI to be of type panel container. Deep stuff inside. Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, because then we can have the parent node be the one that controls the size This one controls the visual representation. This one makes sure that the contained shit doesn't also has that margin, and this one will be arranging that shit into a grid. We save. Make you a piece of code. And do var inventory type array. Wait, for now it's just an empty array. Oh, I don't need you anymore. So now I'm gonna figure this one out a little bit. Now I feel all bad for getting angry at the pixel art for not being in a perfectly mathematical grid. But although they'll hold to it. Things should be math. I don't like it when things don't math. Especially when it's off by 1 pixel from a number divisible by 2 when you're trying to make things that should be tileable. Yes, Godot allows you to do these organic shapes. That's cool and all. But what if I want a math? Some of us are anal like that. Come on. We need some consideration in this. But okay. Now we have free assets we can use for doing all the UI shit to make it look all acceptable. Eventually we're gonna have to have a whole bunch of streams and shit, and where we just do art and redo everything. Most likely. But that's a then kind of problem. Pretty much, because if we can in fact use this UI pack all the way to the end, especially for the first iteration, we probably might just leave it in, because as long as we accredit them appropriately, it should be fine. Because, like I've been saying, the very first iteration of this will be a browser game. It'll be good exercise for me to also remember to make sure everything remains as low cost as possible. Because I do want to then not make game, especially one that is relatively simple, that has, the excessive bloat. So if we make this thing run as a browser game, that means that when we then, after that, make a more robust version, hopefully we can keep minimizing that one's resource costs as well. Because my target audience will hopefully be, global, which means we need to be able to cater to people with more low-end machines. So that should hopefully work. What? You mean minimal requirements for a 400 megabyte game won't be 4 gigs of RAM? Well, of course not. It'll be 16 gigs. No, 18 gigs. A weird number. You need a minimum of 18 gigs of RAM in order to run my stupid shit. Does that mean the Finnish people don't have bad PCs? Not a lot of people. No, I mean, they do. I mean, some, of course, yes. But the problem is more in a sort of global marketplace. Finland is still relatively rich and advanced technologically, so we need to be able to, because, if you want to make, especially if you want to make a cheap game, which I want to make, because this one won't be a $20 game, I'm pretty sure of that one. So then you want to make sure your audience in places like, say, Brazil or some poorer parts of Africa and Asia, so on, they will also be able to play the game, because a lot of people, they make do with what they can get. Plus, cheap game also means they can actually afford buying it. The world is not fair. It is not built equally. The future is here now, but it has arrived in an uneven patches. And thanks to the magical horrors of inflation and so on, someplace, they might be able to afford to live, to buy food and whatnot, but they can't buy, modern computer parts. They have to do with what they can. Deal with what they can. So I want to make sure that if I make a simple game, I can hopefully have it accessible for as many people as possible. Now, the figurative frac, what's it doing? Right, we need an inventory array. Then we do inside a I'm gonna do a little silly thingy here. We'll just do var and then size 5. And this guy. And inside ready. Or index in range inventory size or new underscore item equals continue y dot instantiate and then grid container dot add child new item say range range. And if I now press F6, what'll happen? Nice. Yeah, so the grid one adds everything actually in the and then and okay. So that means grid container has columns of X amount. You guys are fucking huge. Where did we have your custom minimum size? Keep size. alignment center. Shrink center. Shrinking every way. F6 into this shit. Okay. I gotta remember to use those second panel containers. Wait. Show me that again. Yeah, we can find the like hard-coded minimum maximum sizes for things eventually, but for now we have to then work with this. Now item name is music piece. Weird, but we can work with this. Now if you look at the circle menu here. Something like that. F6 into this shit. It looks like there'll be enough space here for another thing where we can then see the numbers. Alright. Yep. Looks like we could probably do 7 columns. So if we go here, we do that. And again, don't like using all these hard-coded values, but it is what it is. And the grid container, yeah, we call that for now. Now, when we create a new item container, we then want to put an item in it, right? So, right, we have 3 types, so we're gonna need 3 grid containers, to be honest. child node. Yes, VBox container, and you will then contain three grid containers. First one will be our power source, or PS container. Our filter container. And yes, this is currently getting a bit too hard coded right now. We just gotta get it to kind of work. And then we'll make something more modular later on. By the way, margin container doesn't need to be the child of the 9 patch. Does the 9 patch do its own margins, or what? It might not have to be, but it works like this. Right? Yeah, 9 patch doesn't give its own margins, but this one does. Or does it have a margin here somewhere? Not that I can see. If they're siblings, they'll both use the size of the parent panel container. Okay. Neat. But is there any like negatives from it being the child of the 9 patch? Because this also gives me like sort of a visual, sort of logical flow of like, alright, so we have the 9 patch that gives us our visuals for what we're doing, and then inside is the margin container, making sure that the margin follows the same size. The panel container gives the actual size for everything. What are the downsides I can think of? Alright, thank you. Yeah, it's more of a logical, also visual flow. Like, yeah, so okay, we can have this one and these will be siblings, but if it doesn't really matter, then I might as well just do it this way, because it sort of visually for me makes sense that this is the parent deciding the absolute size of everything. 9 patch is the visuals, and we want the visual and margin to be, the same. So we're following the same sort of path of logic, which leads to our list of containers, which now have the VBox one keeping in the size. Of course, we're gonna have to add notes. We could add some other displays here for better ones, but for now, you know what? We're not gonna do that. What we're gonna do is look at, did you not have a distance between this one? Oh, 10. UI will always devolve into a nested mess no matter what. Yep. Especially with Godot, because it is fantastic, because he can make a nested mess and then have everything be modular and reacting to everything, and it's wonderful. There's so much logic and code that I don't need to look at. And especially because then if I can have things nested, I can then, once we're set up with this and we want to look in the next nested thing, I can just, instead of having all these siblings, I can just, okay, we're done with that one, I don't want to fuck with it. And then I build the next nested thing for some other things that will also react to the same logic here. That's also why I like things being able to be nested, because I can then hide them, so I don't have to have this giant tree visible at all times. Easy to visualize, at least an HTML. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Jesus Christ. I've done a little bit of HTML and I hated it so much. It was just so annoying. I see the power in, I understand the logic, I understand how it works, but once you just done actual coding and then you have to do some HTML, and you're like, oh god, why can't I automate this? I'd manually put in fucking everything. Stressed me out a little bit, just a wee bit. But okay, so you no longer exist. So we gotta remove this one. I'm gonna have to go to have a little break. So I'm gonna put those in. You're gonna turn red, and that's okay. But yeah, I need to go. Coffee's going right through me. I'll be right back. See you soon. And I have it done. Someone should make a tool for Godot that lets you export node trees and it's a HTML site. Yeah, that'd be handy. Building your websites in Godot. Could be fun. I'm gonna change this one actually. From size to width. Where this makes sense. Not the worst idea, not the best. Yeah, it's just would be, if nothing else, that could just be a fun project to do. One grid container would in fact be then power filter and projection. I'll take care of those two. Now, where do we get the inventory itself? Then we loaded it in somewhere. Loading readers are loading into array. Yeah. Yeah, we have to do some changes to the inventory item container in just a sec. And let's do here. I lurk for a while. Hey, thanks for hanging out. I do appreciate the lurk. Okay, so there'll be func populate. Our container. And projection. Now we populate the power container. How do we do it? Well, we will have to then our power runes of type array, which is a reference to resource handler dot rune array power. Then for rune I don't think we have any need for the process here. So we do for no, not here. We do a func insert item, which takes insert and it takes in new underscore item, new item resource of type resource and target container of type grid container, and then We do that. New item dot call your insert item with new item resource, and then target container and child new item. Then for rune in rune rune array, which we don't have right now, because what we're going to do here, and then of course, yeah, then we insert item with rune and target container, populate power container. That was in fact taking rune array of type array and target underscore container type grid container. Populate underscore container There you go. Power container filter create projection filter power. Populate these containers with these arrays. This one for rune in rune array. Insert item selects new item into equals UI elements. We call it insert item with the resource file. Now insert item void new underscore item of type resource for now. What do you do? Well, item name dot text takes the value of new item That's rune name. They should only be runes. Crash? Yay. Invalid assignment property key text value string on a base object of type nil. Input power, total power, rune name, power 100. Ah, of course. The order is wrong. We do item var item name text type string item text takes the value of new item rune name and var contained resource of type, not resource handler, just resource, and is contained item is more logical at this point. And when ready, when he finally enters the scene, that is when item name dot text has the value of the item name text. And that way we don't assigning anything to any of these nodes until motherfucker works. Jesus, I was expecting more crashes or some weird bugs. Now the problem is, of course, as you can see now, the sizes are different depending on this shit. So now we're gonna find out the their item container UI. Show me the 2D item container UI. The VBox container can't make you expand. Item visual, you're doing your best to expand, but you can't really. Item name, I do believe we have a minimum text size. Somewhere. Line skip 0, max lines, visible characters. Visible ratio. But font size is constant, line spacing, shadow, outline, okay, it's not there. Localized numbers, to automatically convert code line numbers. List indices, spin box progress bar values on the Western Arabic 09 to the numeral system used in the current locale. Sure. Wait. Okay, it can... I'll let it do its thing for now. Now, this one doesn't make any sense. Surely it would have to be under a label for us to be able to set a minimum text width. Labels auto wrapping enabled must have a custom minimum size configured to work correctly inside a container. Yes. So would that then still be under layout? There we go. Silly old me. So if we look at our transform, our current size is 32 by 17. There you go. Works for me. Save. Now the text got all fucked. What is your 72 by 72? Oh, and I'm dumb. This is where I want to put the goddamn minimum size, right? Pivot, scale, rotation, position. Custom minimum. There you go, you bastard. Wow. Akira, I see you plan only short-term item names. Short item names? Oh, yeah. No, I'm just trying to make it kind of work now. So I know how the logic kind of flows. And then we can make it all work. Now the idea is to then have some kind of, because see, we can do custom tooltips, right? And I'm planning on using those to then give the actual proper name and information. So right now, see, I just clipped a picture that I found to be, runes. They will sort of teetering on, should we have some kind of like shortening system for then displayed here, and then when you mouse over them, then you get the full information. And then when you click, we'll have then a separate pop-up window with have like even more information, like, fluff text, something, more explanation behind it all. Ooh, AoE beam bolt container. No, yep, those are the projection ones. But also that's why I want to make sure that we have a hard set like minimum, so it remains there, then you can expand. Yeah, because the idea is there will be multiples, you scroll through here, you want to find the correct one, and I don't want them to be purely visually based, because that is sometimes tricky. So I was hoping to have visual and name, so then we'll have some naming system which will hopefully be clear here, and then you want the more details, you mouse over it for a sort of concise just explanation what exactly this thing, then you can click it to open a proper like pop-up window for even more details on what exactly we're looking at here, kind of thing. It's sort of what I'm visualizing now. It's one of those things that we'll see when we get there. But now we have a list. It's working. And I know it's working because the names are correct. Because the names are taken from the actual resources that we're loading from the actual resource file. So that's a freaking win in my book. We're getting there. Slowly but surely, but we're getting there. I'm thinking like maybe I should also then take a day here and we'll do like have a couple of art streams where we just, I don't know, design some proto runes. I'm not entirely certain on what kind of design we're gonna go for the runes. But man, that Jesus Christ, I need to come up with a language. Because, for runes to make sense, they should also be visually sort of logical. You can't just have arbitrary runes for just, this one's that one, this one's that one, but they don't look at all the same, even though they should be related, but there's no logical cohesion there. But that is a long-term project. We can absolutely do some bullshit proto runes to begin with. I just got the wildest idea. Circles are used to define storage. Like you craft a simple circle, put it in a char slot and receive 10 slot inventory. You upgrade your circle design to be more effective and whatever, and bam, you have 20 slots. Well, yeah, guess what, Sankira? Yes, that is the plan. The idea is to have, because you're sending your magical robot mech harvester into a separate dimension to harvest resources, right? And the idea is we're using the sort of like extraction shooter logic there as well, because I want it all to be a sort of escalating challenge, and for to give as much like capability as possible to the player. Because if you just go there and like harvest infinitely, it's not that much of a challenge. There's no cost to risk cost ratio kind of thing here. Risk to benefit ratio. That's the one. That's why I was thinking we can have even special inventory slots. Like there's some of them which are like passively sending the items back home kind of thing. So even if your machine gets destroyed, you lose everything that was there except for those few things you already sent back. So sometimes it might be a good idea to have like one of those two slots to build in there. So similar to how Vintage Story has its inventory system based on these inventory objects, similar to a nice little reed hand basket or a proper backpack. So we're using a similar sort of logic of having more runes for building more like spatial storage, which you use to like collect all those things, which of course you're gonna need some sort of like magical spatial storage because it's a robot. It doesn't have that many pockets, you have to be able to put some shit in. Maybe the very first ones is a literal backpack, an actual piece of physical storage you can bring with you. And then as you progress, you can build more complex things. Then you can have this like pocket space dimension of where you store more stuff, and then some of those where it's pocket space is much smaller, very limited, so it's only like 1 or 2 inventory slots, but they would then passively be sending stuff back. So that means a long-term sort of expedition is more viable, because you'll be less torn about what should I take with me and what should I leave, because that's going to be a part of the whole challenge. If you know what you're going for, then you focus on that kind of loot. If you're just exploring, then you might find some really good shit, but then like, oh man, but I really need this one, but I just found this really rare piece of, I don't know, like magical flower or something, because that's sort of what I'm going for with the whole procedural map generation eventually. A combination of good planning and fortuitous encounters. Sometimes you're just lucky and you happen to encounter some like lost like mini boss kind of thing, which was then like guarding its own treasure, and then you find like, oh man, this is the one. This is gonna make my next things even more better. I hate roguelike extractor though. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. We have to find the balance there. It can't be just purely roguelike, like true randomness. But there needs to be a reward for planning and preparing properly. But I would like there to be a chance of, finding something really nice. And of course, the first maps will have to be some handcrafted. But I would like for the whole replayability value for it to be at least some kind of procedural generation. I don't know if we can make it like quite as fully procedural as I would like, just because I know it's a big challenge and I've never done it. We'll see how it works out in the end. It's okay to have grand dreams in the beginning, but I am also realizing, well, just, dream big, but be really ready to accept realistic. Now, these are UI elements, which means, we can get the signal for detecting a mouse over it. And we can then... Okay, one thing I just want to do a quick little... A small change. We're gonna triple that. Save. I usually stuck on dream big because then I'm paralyzed on realization. Yeah. I know the feeling. That's why I keep on saying those 3-hour game jams really helped, because it helped me sort of like just channel down what is the core concept, what am I actually doing here, and then just try to make that work and happen. And I personally feel that has helped me a lot, and now I'm hoping to... We'll see where all that then ends up taking me. Because I can see the potential of where everything could go, how large it could get, and it's a good idea to think about that and take that into consideration in your planning. But then also, always remember, minimum viable product. What is it? And that will be, yeah, some handcrafted simple maps, waves of enemies coming at you, just straight up Vampire Survivors or Potato. They just come at you. There's maybe some rocks somewhere. It's fine. We can do like procedural generation would be like just change like some blotches are different colors, and if in a red area there's more like it'd be like fiery enemies and so on and so forth. Gotta go. Be back in a few hours. See ya. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Sankira. I do appreciate it, and I hope you have a good day doing whatever you need to do. Yeah, we'll be doing this for probably not too much longer. Then we gotta start playing games. Yeah, the idea was to add some more variability, so a couple of new games in game of the day. It'll be 2 classics, so Dwarf Fortress and Void Stranger, and then 2 new ones, which will be Factorio and Terraria. Factorio and Terraria would both involve starting the brand new save. Terraria, because I played through Terraria many years ago, and with the new update people were playing, as I sort of just realized that I got no idea what's in that game anymore. It's changed so much in the past. I want to say it was 9 or 8 years ago when I played through it. Or 10, who knows. Okay, well, we can make the runes exist here. The next is how do we clickety and draggety them over. And should we use the same UI item container for displaying them both on the menu there on the right and on the nodes themselves? The nodes will need some sort of visual indicator of what they contain, though they will then need to have a variation of this that does not have the text. So we could use the same item UI container and we're just moving it around, rather than making multiples of the same. Or because the node container exists there as well. It is its own actual sort of scene. So we could also just add a textured rectangle right there for now, and then we just pop our desired rune sprite in there if it contains one. If it doesn't, then it'll have nothing. It'll be nice and see-through. Right now it's just square. Okay. I think, yeah, step 1 would be make sure the node container can actually display a node, and then we deal with the whole clickety and draggety situation where we detect mouse over object, we detect click, we identify drag, and we recognize the difference between those two. Then we switch, then we make a version for our mouse here to change. I mean, not to change, but to get its own pop-up, which would contain our visual. But we do have different colored fires, we could use those, but no, I think we need to find some runes or maybe we can just find another set of itch.io free assets. I do believe I might even have some on the computer from an older project, either there or on long-term storage, where we just have some vaguely magical looking symbols. And we can slapdash those right there onto our various runes and call them runes for now. Might be a good idea in general, because right now, yeah, that fire picture is preset into that is the default picture of the item. Oh, it's gonna be so cool to get it to work. I mean, for me, hopefully for you as well. Hopefully it'll be an actually interesting game once it is even relatively playable. We can even try to get it sort of... Ooh, Dark Force playing Dead Space. Neat. Get it into itch.io relatively soon even when it's barely playable and people can just muck about and give me their opinions already early on. That's not a bad idea. The problem is, yeah, before we do that, I would like there to be a way to have more than, just 3 runes. We need to make that logic work with more complex shit. All in due time, my friends. All in due time. If I can get this logic to work. Like I've been saying, there's other game modes, game things I've been wanting to build. All based on the whole, just runic magic crafting. So that'll be fun. We can make our own, like with a shop simulator. The Wizard's Craft. When you make eating plates for people and stuff like that. Cooling systems for whatever. That could be a fun one to actually be a very interesting way to have a sort of complex narrative structure told through what kind of task you do and do not do. Wait, I just realized what I just imagined, wasn't it? It's the whole potion craft. Nice. I gotta play through that game. I gotta get that game, then play the game, because it does seem like an interesting game about crafting, but also an interesting game with a sort of what appears to have a sort of meta narrative. The world happening outside your shop, and you're inadvertently affecting it. Alright, with nothing else, I guess we could do the whole focus thing. So we close these. We don't want to use the button. We could, but I don't want to. So if we look at the item container UI, now the item container UI has signals. The signal is... Oh no. We need mouse entered. And mouse exited. Inspector. Barely know her. Mode. A focus access mode for control, none, click, or all. Only one control can be focused at the same time, and it will receive keyboard, gamepad, and mouse signals. The node cannot grab focus used with focus mode. Focus click. The mode can only grab focus on mouse clicks. Use the focus mode. Focus all. The node can grab focus on mouse clicks using the arrows and the tab keys, keyboard, or using the D-pad buttons on a gamepad with the focus mode. Yeah, you can have a stop. I don't want you to go past. But then... Wait, what the hell have I changed? I don't even know. Now, you, my friend, now have to go through here. And what are your... You're gonna ignore the mouse. You yourself do fuck all. You ignore the mouse. You would hopefully ignore the mouse. V-box container, you know what you're doing? You are gonna heckin' ignore the mouse. Right? Because pass... Getting it. Control will not receive the mouse movement input event and the mouse input events if clicked on through GUI inputs. The control will also not receive blah, blah, blah. This will not block other controls from receiving these events or firing the signals. Ignored events will not be handled automatically in pass. The control will receive the mouse movement input events and mouse button input events if clicked on through GUI input. And the control will receive the mouse entered, mouse exited signals. If this control does not handle the event, the parent control, if any, will be considered. And so on, until there is no more parent controls to potentially handle it. This also allows signals to fire in other controls. If no control handled it, the event will be passed on node shortcut input for further processing. So we don't want ignore, I think. We might want actually pass. That way our the container, it'll be ignored for now. And then you... Oh, you're all passing. Perfect. That actually works just fine. And we can save that. Oh, right. That's what we changed. We added those. And... Oh, and mouse entered. I want you to print. Beep. And on mouse. Exited. I wish for you to print a boop. Now we check the circular menu. Works. Heckin' works. Now. There we go. Item container. Hello there, puppy. How you doing? Hope you're having a good, lovely weekend, my friend. It's going pretty well. We have successfully made a sort of temporary container. This is just our temporary picture because we don't actually have any rune names just yet. I figured out how to use the 9 patch rect. So see, it's reading in the names of our existing runes and then putting them in. We don't have any pictures yet. And last time we got this sort of procedurally generated runic circle, because see, we can click these and they change direction. And the direction is based on the direction information inside the actual line resource for a graph. So this means this is not purely a visual change, but an actual logical underlying logic change. Bam. Been enjoying Cairn and some off-stream Terraria. I think I might swap the two. Yeah, Cairn looks super cool, super fun. And yeah, Terraria as well, because I realized after seeing all y'all people play it, I was supposed to try to join your server as well during the weekend, but then I ended up having, just spending time with the family, visiting mom, that kind of stuff, and yeah, having a couple of days off the internet was actually very, very good for me, so, off the computer. And also we'll be playing some Magic the Gathering Arena and opening my full box of collector's boosters. Ooh, the fanciest, the greatest, like the next stream, unboxing stream. And that sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of games, yeah, I decided to add two more options to my game of the day list. So today's game of the day list will be including Dwarf Fortress and Void Stranger, because we got those going on. But then the 2 new options will be either Terraria or Factorio, depending on what people might want to play. And Cairn is super cool, but it just bleeds viewers left and right. Pagan rated me with 30 viewers and it went down to 15 within a minute. Yeah, some things do that. I mean, I do sort of game dev here. It has, I've noticed, a certain audience. I love you all. But not everyone is into it, and that's fine. The game is progressing. It's getting there. But it is always a little tragic that us, as streamers, we have to then consider what does the audience want? What does the audience crave? And in that way, yeah. That's why I was thinking, maybe it is time to have another go at Factorio. It was the very first game I ever streamed. I don't think I got any viewers. I think 1 or 2 popped in every now and then. And then Valheim, well, that helped me then push through. But now, I know a lot of people who come here watch me do my coding, and they enjoy the engineering games. And they also enjoy the block games. That's why it'll be Terraria and or Factorio. But it's always a shame, when people don't appreciate the games. I'd say similar with Void Stranger, I think, because it has its own core audience that there's a small amount of people that really freaking love Void Stranger, but for a lot of people it looks like just a blocky puzzle solver, which is essentially is. But it also has a really cool sub-narrative and really fascinatingly complex structure and surprisingly good music. I mean, there's enough awesome games which I enjoy a lot, so it's not really bad that I have to play Cairn on my own. That is very true, puppy. Very true, yeah. Saving some of these games for yourself, absolutely valid. Absolutely valid. Yeah, no, the mouse over there, it says beeps and boops over there. So we have the mouse reaction happening on the buttons, and I'm just thinking, how do I add a neat little highlighting effect? Well, I mean, the simplest solution would just be a good old colored rectangle. Solves so many problems you don't even know it. And its color will be black, and alpha levels will be low. And this way, we do, and we call it counterintuitively highlight for now. And we shave and jump into the code here. And I think we can just have a bool here. No, we call it first off, of course, highlighted, and we'll keep that as a bool. Because I don't know what all we're gonna have to react if it is highlighted, and the highlight is currently when the mouse is over it. So when the on mouse entered, oh, hog lighted. That doesn't. No, that's not really. We don't want to turn it into a hairy pig. And once highlighted equals true, truer, very true. And this one will be false. Place. Why do I always write place? Strange. Now, your default value should actually be false, just to make sure. Now, the thing is, I don't want it to be in the process where every frame does the same assignments. I would like it to react to changes. But only when highlighting status changes. And once this game project gets to an acceptable point, I have to then start another parallel game dev project. And for that one, I was considering requesting help from some, let's say, external artists in case they're interested. I mean, for now we can just do it here, I guess. Where, no, not in the process. For now, we'll just make it here, where we can then have highlights. Well, hello there, man, Cozy. Hope you're doing well. Now, seeing you around. Highlight takes the value of highlighted, and we'll do the same one here. Wow. Coding goes well. It is going quite well, actually. Oh, dot visible. Visible. I'll also remember that joke from good old Monty Python, The Life of Brian. So, let's have a quick look-see. We downloaded some sprites. I was cursing the creator of those sprites because of how things were made. Had a width that was not in pixels, that was not divisible by 2, so the math-based grids didn't want to work, and then people pointed out that I was being dumb, and it all turns out it worked just fine. So now we put mouse over. See, oh, look at that, the highlighting works. It detects the presence of the mouse. Fucking amazing. Now, the reason I would then like to have the highlighting react to not just the mouse is like, what if we're controlling with this with your keypad or something. So that's something we'll look into when that becomes, a thing we care about. The thing is, I want it to react as we are seeing here. Now you can see, because I have just this node, and we have a colored rectangle behind it, which is black, and with just a very low alpha value as well. So it's very see-through. The display, we use the 9 patch rectangle, so that if we zoom in, you see it is, pixelated art, and then we'll change the size of the parent here, and you can see it doesn't stretch, it follows, because it tiles into to fill out the empty space. I do believe you can even, so but no matter how we change its size, the frame will adjust accordingly and keep that one just fine. Because if we go into this one, see, we have now this image essentially is being not stretched but tiled here, and these corners have been saved as corner pieces, so they will always be in the corner, and the rest of that will be tiled through here, and the middle of it in here. Boom! Hey there, Discount. Are you doing well? Nice seeing you around. So that's all working out. But yeah, once this game gets to the point where I can then, at least put the web version out, and we'll enter then the next phase of production. That is also then what we'll, at the latest, start a second game on the side, because I do want to add some more Twitch interaction, and I have a game idea, another one that's been stuck in my head for a while, which involves using your channel points to gamble in an auto battler, essentially. And mine goes asking, stuff like drag and drop something you can do by default in Godot? I remember needing my own code in Unity. I don't know, but I'm gonna do it by code here as well. The idea is to now do so now we have an inventory here where the UI works just fine, and we're gonna do a drag and drop logic, because this is the container for the item. Currently we just have another one of these flame sprites we're using as a default placeholder. But if we go to the actual menu here, we press F6, we mathematically generate our circle here, and the names here do imply that our loading of the resources from the files has gone correctly. They don't have any sprites currently, so the default sprite remains. The next is to then I want a resource container inside these nodes, which currently just have 2 color rectangles, nothing else in them. And for them to be able to then display the contained rune, and then we need to then figure out how to, do a good old drag and drop. Which means we need a temporary controller container and displayer for the mouse. So we'll have a panel that pops up into existence when we're dragging, and it follows the mouse's location and it displays the item. I was thinking it might be easiest if we just essentially use the same item container we're using there. Then we don't have to worry about that one too much. We'll just then have to add code for detecting, is this a drag and drop kind of situation, and then have the node here also then detect the mouse is over it and react accordingly. Which shouldn't be too hard. It'll probably take me a day or two to get it to work. And then when we can, drag and drop to move these around, change the directions of the links and all, then the next big challenge is trying to get these runes and circles to function again. Because they worked, previously. Currently, no idea. I mean, yeah, they won't, of course, because the old logic was just go through an array one at a time. Now there's links and all this logic. But the runes should work, and I'm excited about getting to that point. Only want a button to control how many nodes we got at this point. And then here we'll have to then just design a panel to show numbers, because that'll be our quickest and easiest way to see, is the shit working? Are the numbers changing? That'll be grand. It'll be fucking amazing. And I can't wait to then also design a gambling system eventually. But I hope you're all doing well. Slowly but surely we are learning. Yeah. Sorry, no. Yeah, oh yeah, we chose this one. And I got unfairly angry at it for not having pixel amounts divisible by 2. Or just me being stupid. But we're done with that one. And what I was looking for was the other guy, so I can skip this song, because I don't like it when they got lyrics. It tickles my brain wrong. A chill hop is supposed to be chill and just like mellow background music. Not have lyrics that like steal your attention. And to stop the simulation, we look at the circle node UI. Nope. Circle line UI. Yeah, it has nothing here because it draws the thing into existence when it's time. Which also means we might be able to completely get rid of this scene eventually and replace it completely with code. But there's not really anything here we sort of directly need. We're drawing it using line 2D. We're not really adding a texture yet, but so far it works, so we're not going to fuck with it right now. But eventually, we might have to fuck with it. Especially because, yeah, we're just having these freaking gradients on lines currently, and we need to then change how that shit works. Ooh, that is something we can do on a sort of quick test basis. We can add 2 buttons. We add an HBox container, which contains 3 buttons. And 2 labels. We do F2, we do amount of you know what amount. Call you mode. Call you mode toggle. Node decrease followed by node increase. Node bounce. There. Will be that big. Separation of 40. Alignment. Center. Mode. 5. Node toggle. Node minus. Node plus. Yeah, works for me. Then we shave that one and we start linking this in. To the code. There we go. Now toggle pressed. So we'll have here a bar. Line mode, which might keep it as a peckin tool equals false. And mode toggle pressed if line mode equals true. Line mode takes the value of false. True. And a good old else. There we go. This is then a func and swap line. Did no inputs, no outputs. We do if owner dot right. Where do I add you? Circle mode here, draw links. Circle middle add sibling. So your emit signal. The signal in question is line mode change. See if I can remember how to do this. Signal line mode change. Containing line mode. Image giving signal by name. Signal must exist, so it should be a built-in signal of this class or one of its inherited classes or user-defined signals. The add user signal. This method supports a variable number of arguments, so parameters can be passed as comma separated list. Image signal hit sort 100. Optional arguments. Interesting. I'll have to look into that at some point. But for now, we are in circle menu, and I do believe we do emit signal. No, not signal. And line mode. Now, at 72, of our line edit mode bool as the value of false. If line edit mode equals false underscore swap line did else. This is weird. Where do you signal? Please use signal name and dot emit signal. Oh, thank you. The other birch. Yeah, that sounds a lot more familiar. Yeah, because I wasn't sure how to do this, dude. Because I would like again, it's been years since I last mucked about with signals. So I'm like just trying to sort of remember how all these things worked. So circling swap direction and func toggle open. Func toggle line open void and wait. Point array from index from to index point array active color. Oh, just underscore circle link. What I want. Dot toggle open. Signals changed a bit in B4. Ooh. Well, we'll see how it goes. Toggle line open. It was me yesterday with KOS. I knew I had solved the problem, but I didn't know how I solved it. But knew William Wares was able to go back to old code. I think when I get to game dev, I'm gonna have to keep a library of little solutions to things. Yeah. Also known as, your library of old projects, and I have a bunch of those, so I can always, if necessary, go like, wait, I know I solved this kind of a similar thing somehow at some point. But I'm glad to hear you also taking an interest in the whole game dev thing. It'd be cool to see you do some interesting stuff discounts, because you're at least the deving I've been seeing you do on KSP and so on has been pretty top notch. I open my other project all the time to look and copy code. Yeah. I haven't done that in a while, but I know that with the UI stuff that I'm working on, I should have some old projects left in my good old long-term storage. But okay, so now we're just using line mode, edit mode equals false. We do that one, otherwise we do this one. Because currently the default is false, so that way this one shouldn't affect anything. Now, emit signal was doing some weird shit, and you wanted me to do signal underscore name dot emit. Right, that's the way it went. Yes. The emit signal is using existing signals, but instead we're doing line mode change dot emit, and we give this one line mode. So now the signal is being emitted with some extra information, which is the line mode. And then we for a link insert link array from to var new link. Connect, there we go. Connect this signal to the specific callable option. Flags can also be configured color. Before button in buttons, get children button pressed dot connect on pressed find button. Now sending the signal from here, and we should be adding the func set underscore What am I calling it? Wrong one. I'm not calling it anything in this one. The UI. Func set line edit mode. Yeah, we're just fucking around with the Boolean right now, but most likely I will then add a little bit more detail to it. But yeah, like I said, I haven't touched a man-made signal in years now, so we'll just see how this shit goes. And you have an input, of course, and that input is new underscore state, which we expect to be a Boolean state. And the line edit mode takes in the value of its new state. Yeah, we can use signals to do all kinds of cool shit in this one, though. That I do remember, just not all the details of exactly how. And if you want to be big brain, you can do line underscore edit underscore mode equals not line edit mode. Ah. Yes, that's very true. Equals the opposite. Good point. But the thing is, because currently our line edit mode is a Boolean. It's one or the other. So I'm just going to use this one to just be a good old placeholder. But we might be adding the whole click and drag systems there and so on. So it's quite possible I'll have to add more detail. So right now, just effectively by just momentary inspiration of like, ooh, shiny signals. I can make those myself. Can I make that one actually talk back and forth? Then I don't have to worry about the whole, how do I get this information from point A to point B? It's like, yes, because when I create this thing in this other, so when we create the line UI inside the menu, here's when I want to do. See, we do all the stuff. And then I paste that shit in there so I can see what the fuck. And I do believe I should be able to do then new link, which we just created here. No, we can't do it here. Shit. Where is it? Wait, leveling up Boolean to enum. Yeah, pretty much. Because we can use strings to identify a lot of shit, but I don't like using strings for that kind of stuff. I mean, part of it is just the gremlin in the brain saying like, no, strings take up too much space. Just use int. One int. Enum. Magic. Plus, my spelling isn't the best. If everything in an enum, I can also then have all those variables just defined there, like a good old header file we had in C, and I make changes there, and everything should still flow and work just fine, rather than being affected by, me misspelling something somewhere, and so on. Okay, so how do I link it this way, though? There's the button dot pressed. But pressed is the signal. Wait, am I being extra dumb here? Am I supposed to do here, I'm in circle menu, yeah? We do line mode change dot connect new link dot what the heck did I just call it? Set line edit mode dot bind do I need bind? Returns a copy of this callable with one or more arguments bound. When called, the bound arguments are passed after the arguments supplied by call. See also unbind. So in this one, you're connecting unpressed button and unpressed button, print button, save. Okay, so you're binding to make sure it always has this one. So then we'd have essentially line mode here. Which means I don't need to have it inside the mid, potentially. We'll see what happens actually. So if we do this. Oh well, it'll work or it might explode. We'll see. Well, it's broken as fuck though. Debugger is very, very angry. On mode toggle pressed, error calling from signal line mode change to callable control, blah blah blah, set line edit mode, method expert one argument, but called with 2. Right. We don't need to emit that one, and we remove from here this one. That one makes more sense if we have multiple potential things listening to the signal and they want to react to different kind of information. Might be controlling, but this one is a Boolean flip of yes to no and no to yes. So we change that one. We go back. Okay, error is not getting angry. But okay, well that works. And the thing is, we can inside process here. We add good old mode dot text has the value of mode space plus stringify the value of, I do believe it's called just line mode. Perfect. Then we jump back into the scene. I think are we at least changing this one correctly? Might have false. Perfect. So that shit is working. Then we jump in here. Set line edit mode, new state bool, line edit mode, new state. Then good old print function. We do open close. And I call this one update. Then we have F6. Update. Excellent. Line mode should connect. New link. Set line edit mode dot bind line mode. So we're gonna remove that one. Add that one back into this one. We'll see if it explodes now. Swap did. Open close. There we go. Yeah, because I guess with the bind, it was bound to the value it was when it was bound, and we don't want that to happen in this case. Because in the example, it was bound to a specific button, and so I'm guessing it turns that value then into a constant, and we don't want to make sure that whenever the signal does a thing, it'll always be with that same button. But here we want the underlying variable to change. So now we can change that one, which is heckin' wonderful. Though we're going to change this logic so that if line mode equals true, then mode equals open close. Else swapped it. Basically, yeah. Yep. Thanks for confirming that one, Gilded Birch. That helps. Okay, nice. Every now and then I've been like building these things and they have their like logical connections, and I've been trying to figure out, well, how do I keep on making sure we get the correct references to the correct places? And I have been having these nagging suspicions in the back of my mind that I do believe I could use a signal for a lot of this. And hopefully from the here on out, I'll try to remember that one and use them a little bit more, especially because you can make your own ones. Bind has its uses, but it's very rare. Yeah. It's good to know that it exists, because it is way to hard code a connection, a constant rather than a variable. Like in the example that is given in the documentation here, where they bound a button, so unpressed button. So this way, whenever this one is called, it'll always be referring to the one button that was referred to at creation, essentially. So it could be handy exactly when you're creating like scenes directly in code. For your pop-up screens or something, you want to just create them inline through the code, and that way you can bind some signals when it happens to just make sure that whenever that one is called, we don't need to even give it any information. Just do the thing, and it'll always push that correct button, like push attack button when this happens, and then it does it. This will always be the attack button, for example. Or like turn left 90 degrees would always then have a constant value of 90 degrees or something like that. Now, I remember like the closest I got to mucking around with signals, I think, was in some really convoluted inventory logic that I was doing at some point. If this happens, then do this, and everything was just, I was trying to build something crazy modular, and it ended up this tangled mess. And yeah, one learns that way. Now, we then also did put in the other one where we can have just then the node amount dot text has the value of, now I do believe we've been, yeah, just circle dot, from the circle itself, we get the circle size. But we can't do that into a text. We'll have to stringify that bastard. So it turned from value to an actual symbol. And now we'll have to look at okay, I don't know if we want to be able to do this via code otherwise, so that's what we're going to do this currently in a slightly more hard-coded way. So we do circle size minus equals 1 and just plus equals 1. Save F6. Perfect. Now right. We do a draw circle function. Man, I can't do jack shit right now. There we go. Here we do underscore. Which is the way I want to do it anyway. Save. And when you do this, I would like you to also draw the circle one more time. So now, I recommend using min, man, max function so the number can't go below or above what you want. Yeah, no, but this is not the kind of shit I want to actually have much in the game. This is just for like my current just mucking about experimentation. Out of bounds to get index 4 on base array vector 2. Where do you go? Draw links, set new link points, no locations from index, no locations to index. For link in circle.link array, okay, and link array we got from the circle itself, so we go into a circle link. No. Circle. Right. Click on the circle base itself. There we go. And then we do create circle. So I guess we'll have to do then a couple of func. We'll do func. I got the music again, getting a little brain tickling. Also, okay, big to do. Okay, green with nonsense post testing. Oh, I didn't know testing would also turn green. Neat. Now the change circle size. We'll do. Modifier for type integer. And that is on return the minimum of the given numeric values. The function can take any number of arguments. -6. Okay, so minimum is to use to set a maximum and maximum to set a minimum, I'm assuming. We could do a what? Plus equals modifier, and it's thank you clamp. Yes, that's what I was. It's one of those things I know it exists, but I can't always remember what the name of the thing is. Variant clamp value, min max, so clamps the value, returning a variant with note less than minimum and no more than maximum. Any values that can be compared with less than and greater than operators will work. So clamp minus 10, minus 1, minus 5 is minus 5. Excellent. So then do circle size dot no equals no point going below 2. No, god damn it. Why did it was value min max? There you go. Other way around. Circle size 2 and I know 20. Now clamp though. Okay, these are all ints, so returning ints. Okay, fantastic. So now, oh, it'll still break as soon as we push the button though. Okay, we F8, we save. And we go to the circle base here, and whenever you do this, first we do that math, and then we do create circle. Out of bounds, get index 4 on base array vector 2. So draw links, new link dot set link points, node locations from index. Counter position 3, container position array size 4. No locations from index, no locations to index, from index 0 to index 4. Oh. Create circle, create nodes, link nodes. Create node 4 index in range circle size. Node array dot clear. Link array dot clear. We kept on appending shit. Dangers of append out of bounds on index 4. Well, it's the 2 index. Integer, node array, find, link 2. We'll come here, the circle size. Link array append circle link new. Well, that's interesting. So range, index plus 1. But range shouldn't... How did that value become 4 when we do that one? That is actually interesting now. So what if we may try to make it bigger instead of smaller? Also breaks. On node increased pressed, we go into draw circle. We go into draw nodes. And draw nodes for index in range circle sized for node circle node instantiate. So we have index is 5. Circle node array. So circle size is 6, but the node array here is at 5. So, there we go. And draw circle node locations. Wait a minute. Okay. We go to circle size. Yeah, because yeah, okay. Now I feel a little silly again because we just made the whole fancy new function to deal with this for us, and then we just ignored the shit out of it. So we go here, we go the circular menu. Mine's 1 and 1. There we go. So if you make a new function, you make sure you call it. Well, ends up looking a little funny. And we draw a circle. And node locations equals blah blah blah, draw a circle, blah blah. Now where are we drawing it? Okay, so this means now we need to look at this one. So we do add a child node, which will simply be control node, node container, see if this works out. There you go. Circle middle. Going to remain a marker as is. Now, when we draw node, draw circle, first thing we do is if node container dot get underscore child count is greater than 0, then for child in node container get children child dot u3. Okay, so nodes are now resetting quite nicely. Node container dot add child new link neat. I guess we can just look at then the circle node UI, which is just the color rect currently. We do look at ordering. Your Z index is at 20. Looking at the wrong scene. It gets a little silly when you get big enough. It's always fun to give the option to be a little silly. At least the testing phase. This would be like the minimum you would need for like a looping one. So you have a passive income of power, goes through the filtration, an overlay filter that can then handle waste. We'll have to figure out some logic to deal with that one. So this way, as this loops, it loses power, but the passive input of power from if you can get a passive sort of power producer, it'll just maintain this one. And that's how you make things like a shield function. Is how I thought about this, or any other passive ongoing effect. Maybe also like dimensional inventories and whatnot. But I'd say we're doing pretty well. Rune inventory shuffle menu done. Click and drag logic, hell no. Not that will be then for tomorrow. We're not gonna be able to do that today. Save all these changes, but I'm gonna have to do now is open up that wonderful, beautiful poll for you fellows. The big question is, what is the game of the day? We have options like Dwarf Fortress, Void Stranger, and then Terraria, and Factorio. And there. Poll is active, and while the poll is running, I'm gonna see about getting a... There you go, circle node UI. You don't really have too much, but I want you to have a container. Change type, you're gonna be a panel container. There we go. And you... $8.45. Oh, looks good enough for me. Save that one. And you... will do for now. We'll save. We'll have a look at the hidden circle menu again. See how it all looks now. Well, you're all fucked. I haven't tried to move you there. Never really understood these anchors and how they're supposed to work. Well, that's weird. Hmm. Wait. So now they're in the top left. Now your top left is there. So if you put your like relative anchor point in your lower right, you're even more fucked. I've put you all over there. I'm assuming it'll be a little warped again. Yeah, it's kind of hitting where I want it to. So halfway. Now, I'm certain there's a much better way to do this. Oh, you're not a square anymore. You were a square there for a little while, Vendo. Ah. It'll be fucked again. There you go. Now the settings not oh yeah, because we could do that and set the thing when we have the not be a panel. Now the panel will keeps on wanting to be stuck in the top left. Okay. Right. I have a suspicion. So if we look at our circle menu code here, which then draw links, draw nodes. Global position, node locations, index. Well, heck, that didn't really work. Hello there, Buffalopugus. Hope you're doing well. Not seeing you around, friendo. Ah, then the eyes are upon us. How treacherous indeed. Another node container gets the HL, new node. Okay, cool beans. New node, global position, node locations, index. Well. One silly. Ooh, game of the day, Factorio has won. I'm okay with this. Yeah, I just reinstalled it this morning while I was setting up for the stream. That'll be a fun one. But before we start that one, we're gonna wait for the ads to be over, and I'm gonna fix this in at least one funny little way. DLC? Yes, we are gonna go into space. I've gotten to the ice planet once when it was new, the DLC. I had a ton of fun with it. But I haven't gotten like all the way past that one, which is to the, even more the red planet. Now the circle node. Yeah, alright, we're gonna need a function for set underscore new underscore position, because a set position might be an existing one. So we're gonna set new position. We do new global boss, which would be of a type vector2. Output is nothing because I don't really care. But what we're gonna do here, first we do new var new underscore offset of type vector2 equals duplicate, can probably just do size divided by 2. Because we want the actual nodes. So again, we can just do size, but we're still going to add a self dot size for just extra added clarity. Then self dot global position takes in the value of new global position minus the new offset. Then we go to circle menu, set to new position. There. We do new node dot set new position, takes in the node location from the array. And we'll see how that works. Probably would help if we load up the correct scene. F6 loads up the scene we're currently working on. And there we go. An offset by our current size, just divided by half, which, then we remove that. So instead of going to the minus point, the 0 point, which is top left, we do 0 point minus sort of on that thing. So now we got these bastards nice and centered. Heckin' lovely. And thanks to being a panel container, we should be able to then add one last little thing here of func set yeah, it'll have to be like this. We do func set underscore new rune and underscore circle node dot set underscore new underscore rune. In fact, as a reference, we could probably grab the item container and then just paste a copy of it in here for just, containment purposes. For now, though, we're just going to do a something like this. And when you're ready, I want to var new item, just because I want to see it happen before, because this is gonna take a little while and I'd rather just get to the whole Factorio soonish. So new item equals item container satiate Again, too many lyrics. There we go. There we go. Wump. Instantiate and just add underscore child. Heck, we can probably have just done this, can't we? Even simpler. Circle menu F6. Do it explode? Does it explode? Probably not. Excellent, yeah, because they don't have names, they're just these things. But now we can have, so we're spawning in these item containers, but they contain nothing. So they all have the same default picture. Now we want to then probably add for the item container, because I think it'll be handy if we can reuse the same one both ways, because it's essentially just an in-between for the actual resource of the rune and its sprite to visualize that one. And then when we do a click and drag, we can just use the same sort of like data structure to attach that one to the mouse. When it goes around and we drop it off, it'll then be copy pasted into our rune. Maybe the container there itself is already in possession of one of those scenes. But just like if it has no resource, just keep it nice and blank. But the point is we want a mode where if we're not displaying the text, the rune picture should be centered. Yeah. But I think it's working now, because also now we should be, we're getting the highlight effect. Oh, there's some flickering because some things are interfering with the mouse signal. Because there's that button there. Because we're mousing over the line. So click here, see the line wins. Interesting. So the lines are gonna have to then be. We'll have to look at the whole logical ordering, or we go here, circle node UI, item container actually. Because you're the one detecting this shit with the signals and everything, right? So if we look at your mouse tools. But you're already at stop. Your ordering for Z index would be. What do I use? Is it the button? Mouse is pass. Yours that index is 50. Now we need to then come up with our predetermined values for these things. So what are we forcing to get higher? What are we not? But not for then kind of thing. So now if we go here, because the button for the line was actually being drawn higher than this one, and they still are. See, because now it's reacting to the existence of the button rather than the existence of this guy. We change your Z index to 11. That should fix it, because now it'll be one level higher by default. Its own logic. It kind of isn't. So is it then? Are you the issue here? No, because you're at 20. Then you could be at 21. Mouse should be stopping past this one. You are. But you to pass. UZ relative is 0. I just want the button of the UI element to be above the line, so that one is 0, and relatively this one would be at 1. The others being marked much higher should mean they get interacted with first, but I'm guessing. I have another suspicion, so we'll look quick looky here. So we draw nodes and we draw the links, right? Now when we draw nodes for indexing range, circle size, we change the order they're drawn in. They're using the same array of information. That's why I did the Z index as well, because they were like drawn in there. There we go. That's fixed. Yeah, because using those enforced rules for the Z levels can it can be very handy for doing some, visual things. You want to make sure this thing is, whenever it pops in, for whatever reason, will always be visible, so it's extra high Z index. Good for like menus and shit, damage numbers, and so on. And for menus, like no matter where it ends up inside inside the tree for the scene, it'll never be, have an asset be drawn on top of it. But it can then hide some logical errors, as we had here, where the nodes were drawn first and the lines afterwards, even though visually they were in a different order. According to the internal logic, they were in the wrong order. So you can now click here. Now if I click here, nothing's happening because we're actually clicking on this area, not this one. Heck yeah. We're currently spawning one of those in. I do believe that, we should probably let the nodes already have an item container. So they are essentially similar to menu nodes that we have there on the right, but they'd be empty ones. It's either that or... Wait, no, we don't give a shit really. Because when we put in the new one, they'd be overwritten anyway. But we only need them to be containers, and those containers with a preset they detect what kind of thing they are. So if you put an item in there, it'll make a version of this that doesn't have the place for the text. So the graphical representation goes in the middle of the square. Eventually, I'm hoping to kind of turn these into circular and shit, but we'll get there. The math would be the same anyway. I'm having a ton of fun. But it is also 2 o'clock, so it is time to change games and have another tiny little break, and I'll go let my dogs out to the backyard where they can have a wee little whiz. Another look at this circle menu because I think it's just neat. And one of those things where it kind of feels like maybe we didn't achieve that much, but if we did, see, we have these UI elements, we have item containers, they are organized themselves just right. Freaking cold outside. Well, Killed It Birch, you were absolutely correct. That's why I'm not expecting this to take very long. But the dogs do need to have their daily whiz break. So, I'll be right back. And we shall change categories and I'll launch up good old Factorio. See you soon. Hello. Now arrived. Now it's about to start. That's a-okay. Oh, look at them. Nothing else I'm really happy with the little visualizer, and now I got buttons to make it do stuff. Now I push. There we go. Save all the work we've done. Save our documentation. Get ready to launch. Good old Factorio, but before we do that, we have to do you know what? Let's do something different and not reset the YouTube side. I'll probably then instead start clipping these edited versions separately. So, instead, good old OBS. Ah, yes, that's in progress. Perfect. Did we go here to keep up? Alright. Should be. There we go. Let's change here. How quick look see here could I? There we go. Trying out something new on the YouTube side there as well, apparently. And Factorio time. Of course, that means we have to change into here and where's the thing? There you go. that music for now. Ooh. And there's Jacques 14 Factorio. Hey there, too many maxes. Sounds like the perfect timing. The factory must grow. In fact, I've heard to Gillett Birch. Oh. Oh, it's been ages. It's been too long since I last played Factorio. It was my first true experience in the sort of modern uh, factory game. And, took my heart by storm. Been in love with it. Now, let's see, what kind of map are we going to do? So I played this before, so we'll see. Maybe not an entirely full-on death world. That's a bit too much. Because I do like running around and building the actual factory. Last played 2.0.23. Now it's 2.73. Ooh, that's quite a few updates. And yeah, we were going for the lazy bastard achievement last time, but I've done that one. So single player, new game, free play, space age. Task dispatch an interstellar space platform. You'll need to research advanced technologies in order to unlock the rocket silo and discover other planets. Start small, work your way with automation, construct a reliable base of operation, and reach for the stars. Protect yourself from the native species, as they might not appreciate your presence. Is this the intended way of playing Factorio Space Age? Very well. The little rail world is the one that has, because trains. Trying to remember. Victoria's great, except Gleba. We don't talk about Gleba. I never had any issue with Gleba. I thought Gleba was pretty fun in its own way. But then again, I would be in there once really properly, so. I'm just gonna go with this. Rail world, standard, whatever. I don't. Cannot be unlocked with easier enemy expansion. What? Oh, right. Whoop, there we go. Enemy expansion too. So the time factor of 40. The default value is otherwise. There you go. Love a rail world. No factory game yet has come close to Factorio Strange for me. I feel the same, Buffalopagus. Satisfactory tried, but I didn't really get there because the trains felt a little forced. You never really needed them. Okay, on to Factorio Space Age free play task dispatch. What about boom? Okay, got oil there, water here. Enemies way too close. Gotta take care of them relatively quickly. So steam power. Yes, we're growing east. Oh, can't hear game sound. Thanks for pointing that out. Let's see why it's angry this time. There we go. Where science would be steam power, I guess. Oh, right. Yeah, they changed how the science works. We have one droid. What? Wait, no, I made inserters? Oh man, I was supposed to make drills. Oh well. Oh man, there's no DF, but Factorio's soundtrack is still special to me. That's very true about Philopicus. Yeah, DF soundtrack is just heckin' amazing. But there's a whole lot of special here in good old Factorio. Has a wonderful atmosphere, if nothing else. Let's see if we can get that at like, I don't know, 20. And the soundscape is awesome. The way you hear the wind rustling when you zoom away a lot. Oh. Oh, right. I just need more furnaces so I can make more boxes and things. No, not good shit. And the sprite work. Oh man, should get more love from the community that it does. Oh, very true. It is in so many ways a beautiful game. a wonderful way of getting a very sort of three-dimensional feel with with just, you know, sprites in the end. Now, that'll keep those going for quite a while. Now we just need to make even more smelters so we can make a couple more. Consider for 4 of those set in a spiral will keep them going for quite a while. And once they're full up, then we can just come here and grab all the coal, and that will keep us going for a little while so we can then get our mild automation off. Yep, we can leave them to it for a while. I should probably make a box actually. We have 3 burners and feeding into each other, and the last one feeds into a box because then we can always do more coal in the first one, and then it'll just keep on running. There's going to be a whole lot of manual crafting and stuff in the beginning here. Oh yeah. There we go. And I love the honey walk. A wonderful engineer friend. Oh yeah. Eight plates, you say? There we go. There we go. Now these guys will be bridging them an infinite amount of coal to stick in there. Freaking fantastic. And with the coal we have, we can then start making some iron plates and get our technology moving forward. Steam power almost there, 90%. Oh yeah. Need one more of these. Okay, that guy's done. For this one, then we'll need to make the copper plates. Yeah, we can leave you on for a while. I'll run up here. See about grabbing some more coal. We need one of these. Was a movie literally called White Christmas. Very well, Jess Tank 2000. I don't know if I've seen that one. Hope it was a fun one. Wrong chat. Yeah, so they felt like It feels like a part of a conversation I don't think I was part of. No worries, happens. Hope you're doing well, Jess Tank. All right. Then we'll be needing one of these. Mildly annoyed at having made the... That is actually something I do need a little bit of, just to, the locals get so angry. And they're a bit too close for comfort. The steam engine and the wood. Connect on a copper cable. Making those burner inserters feels a bit silly now. Oh well. And now... grab a little bit of wood. Just gonna make one wooden chest, if nothing else. There you go. Give me at least some rock. Okay. I managed to lounge in bed until almost 500. Pretty indulgent for me. Time to start the coffee. No being interested for the duration of one percolation. BRB. Well, I'll do my best. I hope it is a good percolation there, Buffalopagus. And that the coffee is tasty. Alright, we're gonna have to go collect the whole bunch of copper pieces. Nice iron bits. Finally, steam engine. And while all of that is being produced, we need wood. The trees. They are the enemy. They get in the way of your tanks and shit. At least we can try to focus on the dead trees for now. Oh, yeah. As a coffee snob, I have to say, ew, percolation. Oh, all hardcore. I'd make you sad. I drink a lot of instant. Force and flamethrower. Name a more fitting combo. Nukes and trees. Gotta teach those buggers their place. Hey, fish. Yoink. Oh yeah, these spoil nowadays. You can't just hang on to an infinite fish the way you could. Okay, so if we put down an offshore pump here, it'll just magically work. Now, our coal production is up north, but we're probably gonna bring stuff down from there using the magic of Now look at the map again. So either we bring coal all the way down here for the production, or we try to bring like a water pipe here and have the power production be closer. I think that'll be better. Then we have a more centralized base, because they don't usually care too much about, you know, the actual pipes. Your life. But oh no, make coffee with my AeroPress. Right hardcore. I do have one of those as well, and a French press, and a what's it called now? The one you screw and you put on a stove top, and you pressure cook that one. But I do also have an AeroPress. Yes, it is a wonderful thing. And I wish I had the, you know, I have the strength to make more use of it. But yep, I have now convinced myself we're doing it this way. Means we go here and we need a heck ton more of iron. I have a feeling that my current sort of coal producer is probably not an acceptable state. Mocha pot, man culture, I see. Ah, yes, that is true. Yes, a mocha pot. Yes, I do enjoy myself a nice, good coffee. It's just, how can I say, in my old age, I've become lazy. I'll grab you and the coal. Give me some of those rocks. A little bit more coal. Oh, your copper. We won't be needing any new sources of copper in the near future because we have one of the train world size copper patches right there below us, which has like millions of copper. I mean, it will absolutely run out, but you know, it'll take a while, just a wee bit. Hello there, another Jamie. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around, friendo. We have entered the magical world of the Factorio. What was it? No? Oh, no, the Factorio repeat. Which one was the... Okay. I don't remember what was the sort of keybind for like quickly, like just putting like stuff inside. So no, there is one, but I can't remember it. Oh well. More plates means more pipes. And pipe to ground everything, because, you know, I'm not a monster. Let's say one more, then we go up. Is this a base game run or a space age run? It is a space age run. I return with my unimpressive coffee. Now see, we're building our first surprise car stoppers. I mean, pipes. Yes, that's what we're doing, underground pipes. I've played this game before. I've learned my lesson. Hide the pipes. So I want my power production to be here. So we're bringing the water in through, through the pipes. Building it over there would probably have been easier in many, many ways, but, well, here we are. What? Tragic. I like trying to, preserve the ship. I used to hide all pipes all the time, but I started to appreciate seeing them. It's like looking at the traces on a circuit board for me. Pretty in its own way. Yeah. Keen to see which planet you head to for first after rocket launch. Hashtag Gleba love. Maybe we'll be Gleba. I mean, the spider bot is kind of worth it. But I also like the man, I can't remember what we get from there, but the freaking lava place. Oh yeah, cannons. That's something I enjoy. Big guns. To teach those bugs what's what. The volcano? Yeah. Not a huge advocate, it's just like annoying people who go, oh, you Gleba. All of them have their pros and cons. They're very true. I kind of liked Gleba. It was such a fun and different kind of challenge because everything had because everything rots in the end there. So it is a very sort of fascinating, and I found it quite a fascinating and interesting challenge. Gonna be needing quite that much rocks. I mean, rocks right now. Glebe has the friendliest neighbors. They love what you're doing on that planet and just can't stop themselves staying high. That's very true. And they turn up. They love what they're seeing. I mean, they're so, just excited. They like just burst into dance and just do a nice little stompy dance all over the place. I can love it. But yeah, we can try to get to Gleba. So I wonder if I should make more of the... Nothing else, I guess I could have slapped down a couple of more furnaces. And then just manually mined a little bit. I'm just running around. It's not like we're not gonna need more pipes eventually anyway. And we need all the iron plates we can get. And I wonder if my pistol is enough to go give our current neighbors a bad day. I can't remember how far we had to go until we get a proper machine gun or a shotgun. Or preferably, a very first turret. That'll probably do. I think I can fit one there. Need minimum of one. And god dang it. Too many keybinds that I've forgotten so long ago. Alright. Oh, I've forgotten how pleasing they look. I mean, look at that. Fucking magic. And let's see. It looks like there's 1, 2, so we can have a road here in the third one. There we go. Let's go pick up a little bit more iron plates. The turret is one of my favorite sprites. Only exposed cogs was rotated. So good. Not one of the more indulgent sprites, but such wonderful detail. Oh yeah, now as was mentioned before, yeah, the sprite work, the art for this game is just phenomenal. Let's see if I can. I guess it was from. Trying to remember how to, set up these things in a way that uses the smallest amount of resources. And I do believe, yeah, looks like that would, in theory at least, work. Which means yeah. You guys can keep on going. Okay, heck yeah. Shit works. Now, for the science lab, we can already make one. Heck yeah. Now, what did we need? Oh, craft. There you go. Copper plates and iron gears. Yeah, that combo can keep running. There you go. So now we can make this one. We have automation, gun turret. Well, the gun turret requires 10 science packs. We'll start with the gun turret because we have a neighbor way too close. Slowly but surely we're getting there. Now, single the gun turret and then walls, pretty much. You put up walls around the gun turret, stack it full of ammo, you go piss off the locals, lead them to the turret, and the turret will just save your ass. Good times. Yeah, come on. I always really like enjoyed the tech prep. How was it that I... It's not that. And alt clicking brings me here. Okay, ESC settings controls. Pick up items on the ground with just F. Copy Z. There it was. Hold down Z, then we can just do it. Oh, better than nothing. There we go. Another 5. Now we do... There you go. Science away, friend. Science away. I imagine the Factorio keybind like learning a non-standard keyboard layout. Seemingly completely impossible and impenetrable when you start. But once you know it, you can fly with the birds. That's very true. Factorio needs a Vim mode. I bet there's a heavy overlap between users of both. Yeah. I could see that happening. Absolutely. I still constantly find myself in other games thinking I can do this within Factorio with only 2 keystrokes. And without taking my hand out of the home position. Such a keybind snob. It ain't wrong, Buffalopicus. It ain't wrong. Finally, there's leftover tea. This thing has been actually sitting in the fridge for days. So, it's good to get rid of it. Science is happening. It is true. It is happening. I gotta say, getting that lazy bastard achievement was annoying because it took so long because you can't do anything by hand. Everything had to be like properly crafted. Now at least I can do a lot of like hand crafting while I do a lot of the other stuff. And oh, light armor would be a good idea. And a little bit more ammo. And you know what? Let's make one of those as well. Once you made a little bit more ammo. You've run out of coal. That's okay. Ooh, turret has been finished. Next science is walls. God, that was my worst run, you lazy bastard. No soldier, no laser on the same run. Oh. Ouch. I'm just glad I got the achievement. I don't need to do it anymore. I don't even know which all achievements I have. And so far, this is not designed meant to be a sort of that kind of run where we hunt down too much. There, help it up. Because these neighbors being this close make me nervous. That's why I need the walls and at least one gun so we can at least deal with those. And then before, the pollution starts actually, pissing them off and making them become, fearsome enemies. Next would be electric mining, and then automation, I think. Oh. Fuck it, there you go. $40, $40. There we go. Heckin' perfect. Oh, right. I forgot about that part. I know I'm supposed to think of Breaking Bad, but when people say Mr. White, I always think of Harvey Keitel in Reservoir Dogs. Both they don't be in similar disposition. Yeah, and I'll say Reservoir Dogs does in fact have seniority on that reference, so don't really see anything bad there. There we go. $15 pieces of wall happening. Yeah. Do you have a grand design in mind, or are you basing the spaghetti? Both are fine. There's no plan. So it's kind of spaghetti until it becomes organized spaghetti. Grand designs are for people who know what they're doing. Okay, mining done, and next would be splitters. Five more of those. And more firearm magazines. Spaghetti gets bad rap. In my view, land is effectively infinite. You can just build a new factory if you don't like your old one. Although in my space age run, I do insist on keeping the crashed rocket intact. And I build my spaceport around it, for style reasons. Yeah, I get that. I like keeping the crashed space ship as intact as possible for similar reasons. Just, because it's neat. Oh, god dang it. I'm playing too many games. That don't run like Factorio. There we go. Now we can let the burners run out while we go and have a visit with the neighbors. Yeah, logistics, so we can get coal from, a single thing split into other smelty things, and then we'll do automation, and then we can start automating our science pack production. We have 40 pieces of ammo. There's 20 for the gun. Go, boogly, boogly. I love blueprints, but I won't use blueprints from another save for exactly that reason. Why am I playing the game? I was blasting down the blueprint from 10 saves ago. Yeah, I like the blueprints too, and exactly, I like doing the same thing, like reinventing myself every time, even though I do end up making essentially the same blueprint, quite possibly. But, well, that's fine. That's just how it goes. Ow. I might have fucked up. I didn't know I had a melee attack. That's neat. Severely underestimated the amount of ammo it'll need. Oh, my poor turret friends. Well, at least you got this spitter worm out of there. There's one blueprint I cherish. I wired up a gizmo to play the three-tone tune that subways around here play when the train is arriving. I love hearing when the train arrives. Nice. Oh, and hello there, another about the game on the YouTube side. I've heard the newer generation of is using Factorio and Satisfactory on their job application for software engineering. Okay. I mean, fair enough. Mildly surprised, but also kind of not too surprised. Wrong button. There we go. I guess any and all ways of like just showing that, hey, yo, I can solve. I can solve, and I have the, passion for solving logical puzzles. Doesn't feel too crazy. Yeah, science-wise, what do we... iron gear wheels. Alright, let's go kill those guys first. And try to remember that I have magic fish. We're live on YouTube. I thought either someone had blocked me on here or you'd start hallucinating. Well, didn't know about the hallucinations. But yes, I dual stream on YouTube and on Twitch. There you go. I took care of one nest. How bad does the other one look? Oh, that one's going to be a little rougher. But at least the closest one has now been a little bit dealt with. Now I'm going to keep on focusing on the magic of automation. Oh man, I should have used all my hours in 1984's Robot Odyssey in my first job application. Get it done, little dirt fan. They did it in the end. Exactly how I deal with worms on Vulcanus. Yep. Turret train is mighty and powerful. There we go. Whole bunch of coal. And Okay, we're still sort of okay on the whole copper cable front. Oh yeah, it was control click to do all of it. And I have, well, one more birder miner. And through there, yeah, learning the magic of the control click once more. Wasn't there a... No, there wasn't. Now, there's one thing where Satisfactory beats Factorio. Anyone who's played both of the games, can you guess what it is? Heresy. But there is. I mean, I don't know if in modern updates they've actually fixed it, but there's one difference. And I don't know why people hate on basic turret friend. Gives me something to do with all the dumb uranium. Yeah, I mean, hey, turret friend is amazing. But yeah, there's one thing. And that, my friends, is the inbuilt calculator. Because if I remember correctly, you press like N to open up your like menu, and then in the search function you put in some math, and it'll just it's just a calculator. It's a small thing, but I remember in Satisfactory that one was just so extremely pleasing in so many ways. I enjoyed it immensely. Okay, and then shift click does all of it. All right. Wonderful. This guy's dead too. Then you, my friend. And there, Ned. Hope you're doing well. And you know, not having to have the robot arms everywhere and pipe the stuff straight into machines. Story time, it is. I had a boat, Dwarf Fortress, Void Stranger, or Factorio or Terraria, for a new run, and Factorio won. So, this is what we're doing. Terraria's gonna have to wait. Now, the space DLC, yes. Yeah, we're doing the proper space run. Yeah, so after this one, then the automation one, because the ability to split and combine and sort, amazing. I need to pick it up myself at some point. Yeah. Yeah, I got it when it came out, like, but I think it was like a year ago at this point, wasn't it? A little bit over. Year and a half or whatever. When it was new, I got it and I played it a bunch. Had a ton of fun with it, and I got all the way to the ice planet pretty much. And you know, the story does continue further from there. But then I got into streamed a little bit. With Factorio, had like 1 or 2 viewers. Then I got invited to join the Valheim. Valheim, good times. And well, as they say, the rest is history. Now I'm here. And returning to the magical, wonderful land of Factorio. Okay, now logistics means we can then start pumping this into a smelting area. Which I guess we can have the water flow this way and have water steam production continue here. If I remember correctly, one of you outputs a maximum of 200, you consume 30, 60, 120. No, of 60 per second. Yeah, 2 of these per one. Yeah, so the boilers can continue this way. Steam that way. Automation finished. What's next? I do like me lamp. Lamp is nice. But I don't know if I need lamp. Whereas fast inserter does change the game. But we'll have to go with, I guess, first radar, so we can slap it down quickly. So we can find more ore while we continue this. And the long-handed inserter. That's a meaty one. So, needs more iron, I see. We need cogs. Let's make 5, 6 of those. We're always going to need more of these then, eventually. Splitters will need... multiple, to be honest. Let's try to like visualize where exactly we're gonna place all this. So if this goes here, power production, then we can have smelting could be happening here. Sucks for the trees, I guess, but and a small little area here for just making bricks, I guess. We're gonna be needing a whole bunch of bricks. And then one part goes this way for the copper smelting, iron smelting, and then yeah, build that way, I guess. All right, radar done. We'll only need the one at this point. After radar, we need better guns, because the fight is happening, whether we like it or not. They are coming. There you go. Now I'm just... oh no, indecision. No. My setup is approaching the way I like it. And more electric mining. So, first thing would be getting the iron out of here. Which we could... random memories, like, oh man, I miss robots. Oh, military finished. Then the next after that would be probably steel processing, isn't it? Because then we can do Advanced automation 2, engines, heavy armor, and solar energy. Then we bring in coal from all the way up here. And, no, production goals or production goals. Okay, and just because this one is on the left doesn't mean the rest have to be, so I guess maybe we'll do the more steam production on the right, actually. It'll work just as well. And here we can have this guy continuing down, going left. Yep. All about machine gun. Oh, actually, yeah. Oh. We'll be bringing this one in from the left. Oh, yeah. Ooh, almost. Not quite. A whole bunch of stone, a little bit of coal. Perfect for our future brick factories, which will also be there top right. Oh, yeah. Now, was there a way to actually get rid of old stuff? Because I remember that was, at least back in the history of the game, was a little stressful. Just had a box or somewhere where you just hide all your old shit. Like, I like putting the old gun here. There we go. Don't need it anymore. Back when from whence you came. There you go. Now we have coal coming in. And we need power coming in. How well did you guys? Oh. Yeah. There we go. The good thing is that the older inserted of things can still be used in the recipes to make the more advanced ones. For this one, There we go. Oh, I can't wait for a proper... better power. And for now... y'all can work like that. Like in automation. Nice. And we got 2 of these producing iron. It also means we need way more. There, make 5 of them. Now we have the automation devices. We needed, to making our basic red signs, we need iron cogs and copper plates. Total roll 2 to 1. Now, if these were to then flow... oh. Gonna have that one just making cogs in general, because we're gonna need them anyway. Okay. Then we needed more bricks. 4 more ovens. Okay, let's go there so we can help get rid of. There we go. Now they're twitching. When are we doing a 500% Death World run, Hanu? Oh, I don't know. Once I remember how the game works a bit better. It's been a year since I played it. What are you doing, twitching? Nice seeing you around. Hope you're having a lovely day. And yes, that could be a fun one. I never actually done Factorio in multiplayer. So that could be, if nothing else, would be an interesting experience. Oh, you haven't played it since Space Age either. Yeah, Space Age came out. I had a ton of fun with it. And yeah. Now I'm doing the Space Age again, and we'll see if I can, like, you know, finish Space Age. I'll do 10 of those. And... there you go. And a whole bunch of heckin' science and shit. There we go. I need to do a Death World run then. Basically, leave the world you spawn on as it sucked. Proceed to flamethrower everyone. Ooh. And that does sound like a fun challenge, and because I enjoyed the late game sort of like base defense and logistic balancing kind of thing. Never finished it as I quit on some the DLC planets. Didn't do too well stream wise. You'd see. Ah, yes, makes sense. Yeah, the very first game I streamed was Factorio as well, and yeah. Then I did Valheim, and then I actually got viewers. But it could be fun to try it now again. Now that one is a little bit more established. So I'm looking at getting mining stuff happening here. Yeah. So it's balancing it. So a bit down for some Factorio. Love the game. Yeah, it's gotten better, but Factorio stream viewers still have that reputation too. Well, that is very true. It's one of those things. If I was very new to the game, I would probably be, less enthused about giving this a go. Thanks to the, should we say, infamy of the game. Could be worse. And at this point, if someone has something to say, I'm also more likely to them, actually is just also listen and give them the benefit of the doubt. No, I'm gonna go with how we had it, like that. Because then we should be able to slap down even more of these. Which would make more sense if I had actually done the math for how the shit is. How to do all of this. Then you make cogs. No, it wasn't too bad when I did it. Just people talking about OnlyFans and how what was the hottest topic then. That is very true. But I played Fear and Hunger 2. No one tops that level of backseating. Oh, wow. Yeah. If a game has a very, a cult following, they can be a little intense. So in that way, I guess Factorio does benefit from the fact that it is actually relatively mainstream as far as these kind of games go. It was the very first thing of this type that many people played. Then Satisfactory, I'd say, brought it even more to the mainstream, the whole genre. And through that, a lot of people have then, found Factorio, and it's less hardcore, I feel. It's like pointing out the obvious, and me going you think I wouldn't have done that if I could? Yeah. It's, no offense to everyone and anyone by it. I've had similar experiences in just my deving. People are asking hey, why aren't you doing it like this? I'm because it wouldn't make any sense. I'm building it like this, and then I walk through the logic, and then usually people go, oh, okay, I see what you're doing. Oh, it's fine. And that's more just the usual misunderstanding of what we're dealing with and what we're building kind of thing. But it is always fun when someone asks, why aren't you doing this, blindly obvious thing? You must be a fool. Until, they hopefully realize, yes, no, you're not a moron, you just, like you said, you'd do it if you could. And Satisfactory was great, but that game started out staying its welcome towards the end. Yeah. I mean, depended, really. I had a lot of fun with that one, and by the end, I felt a little anticlimactic. I'll agree. But it was not. It was not quite as bad as Abiotic Factor. That one was the kind of game where you're playing it and you just please end, please. I have a life. I have other games to play. I liked it a lot, but the last phase or two were kind of dragging on. Maybe. I don't think I had that much trouble with it because I built a system that will just keep building the thing, and they were working. And then I just had fun like trying to design new factories while the game was sort of finishing itself in the background. So that was kind of neat. And Abiotic love, but yeah, it really was like it keeps going. Yeah. And yeah, wonderful game. If you like that kind of stuff, I do recommend it. Very much worth playing, worth having fun with. But the final end was also a bit of a letdown. Alright, that should make... Now, if I could be bothered to do the math, we could figure out how many of these is enough to fuel, how many of these. But right now, we're eyeballing it. Yeah, but in fact, was so good in its escalation of the early game to mid game, then it didn't pay out. Yes, shipping cart, I do it. And dude, I made a whole city waiting for stuff to fill the bar. Yeah, nice. I got really obsessed with the game Onirism recently. I have like 100 hours in it now. It's like a third-person shooter platforming thingy. Ooh, that sounds neat. Raising up the Onis, eh? Meanwhile, Star Rupture. Stop everything you're doing and planning to do. Whole planet's gonna blow up. Yeah. I mean, Star Rupture seems like it's an interesting take on something that is, sort of well-known. There's a lot of, like, action within the genre. But... well... I haven't really played it that much, so I can't really say. But it does seem like it's maybe, running a little... what's the word now? Please change. No. God dang it. It looks fancier than it necessarily mechanically feels, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Death Stranding 2, up to 70-80%, amazing, but it just kept encore type scenes till you cursed it for not closing. And thanks for warning on Abiotic. I'd been mulling on it. Not only the late game is soft, will save me a lot of heartbreak. Yeah, I liked it a lot, but it stretches for more than it has to. Yeah, and then because it's obvious, it's a game that is a good example of what can happen in early access games that remain in early access for too long, and they didn't have a sort of strict plan on how to finish the job. Because they kept on adding new things, new mechanics, and they seemed really cool. But they were then eventually, I feel like many of them were used once. And so you're kind of like, but what about this thing? We just unlocked a whole new mechanic. You're like, yeah, cool, but you used that to solve this one puzzle. Now here's the next thing. I'm like, but what? Because previously, you unlock something and that mechanic keeps on being used later on. And then in the end, it was like, hey, here's a new thing. Wow, forget about it. Here's a new thing. Wow, and then it's like, got a little exhausting. Learned it, got good at it, never need it again. Great games should have ended one area earlier, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. And then had an actually rewarding end boss, just saying. It was a little bit of a letdown. What the hell am I doing? All right, we're making a cog machine. Okay, we got some cog production. Especially if we get that last one on, then they'll outpace this one. Then we got cogs coming up, and here we should have then copper meets yeah, it should be fine. Meets coal. Yeah, I shot the end boss like 5 times the rocket and poof. Yeah, I just kept on shooting and suddenly it's gone. And it's like... That's a bit anticlimactic. Half-Life 1 was masterclass of you will need any skill you ever shown in every following puzzle. Yeah. I was like the reactors would have been a good place to lead to the final encounter instead of making all that additional fluff later on. Cool zone, just, not necessary. Yes, very true. And there's Ankira. Welcome back. It is Factorio time. Factorio won the vote. Think we can make. There we go. Yeah, I'll just make as many of those as I physically can. It'll be okay. The vote, Factorio. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with switching. Yeah, the reactors and stuff was cool. And I feel like the cultist stuff was interesting, but they... Well, it felt pretty, in many ways, unnecessary. Oh, yeah, good old excessively convoluted machines galore. And yeah, we'll have to build a proper science place, when the time comes. First time? Nope. I have Factorioed before. There we go. Got the steel processing done finally. Alright, need more smelters. There you go. Gotta go take care of some things, but if you ever reach for that funny code Factorio, let me know. Hey, twitching. Yeah. We gotta put a pin on that and find time. I think that could be a fun thing to do. Steel plates and all kinds of goodies. There you go. I got grabbing some plates for, personal use. These three are... Well, yeah, it's true, actually. Surely... Well, we'll do the math eventually. There you go. Science be happening in so many sciencey places. Whole bunch of emergency coal for that guy. Power output. Alright, we need more. Need more steam power. Meaning we need one more view. One more boiler. And then two more actual steam engines. We'll do one there. We'll do one here. There we go. More steam. Hey there, Aurelia. Hope you're doing well. Good morning. Good morning to you as well, my friend. So, that part of the automation is happening. Now we could do some, I don't know, coils. Yeah. There we go. Still people waking up. Well, I hope it is a most pleasant morning, my friend. I hope it all goes well. Okay, so this is total raw 5 seconds. 1 plate, 1 gear per second. You produce, in theory, Right, 0.5 per second. Where's the... There it is. Now, if you proceed 2 per second, and you consume in 5 seconds 1. So one of these should feed 10 of these. Makes sense. Okay. Now, if you were to make electronic circuits, you need 6 cables per second. Could be a little bit of a tall order. Okay, let's do container in between. There was also a mod which put googly eyes on the inserters. It made them seem so much sadder when they missed a grab. Oh no! Oh wow! Now that sounds like a pretty goddamn cool mod. Mod I can get behind. Alright. We'll have to build a freaking chip factory and shit eventually. Ooh. Lamp. Here, have lamp. Most importantly, though, what we actually need is the old assembly machines. Now, if I asked you to make these, you create 2 per second. You want 3 per second. So 2 of these would, in theory, be enough for a surplus. Yeah, fast inserters. Might as well have a look at the old heavy armor as well. There we go. I'm gonna need more of these for that one. Now look at our inserters. The fast one has a kind filter and stack size 50. Give me a quick sec. There we go. Transport belt and insert. Well, both are things I'm willing to automate the production of, so that should be just fine. To make this one, we need more electronic circuits. Well, bunk. There we go. We finally have at least one machine making them. Now, these aren't fast enough to really need the extra. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, good. I like putting these awkward places because there's always some of these that end up beneath here and awkwardly placed, so these would help get rid of those. Now my coal production probably isn't that high, but these are still working out. Alright, we got a constant production here. And we could do a little bit more copper production. Okay. There you go. Mucho science. Steel is working. Research is happening. And now we need to figure out the automation for the green science, which means automation of inserters and transport belts. Now, what all do we need for a transporting McBelty? We need 1 iron plate and 1 iron gear wheel, which means our metal smelting needs to be even more powerful. Total raw of 3 plates per second. And it won't take us too long to get the better steel. Well, thank you there, Emperor Nebula, for that follow. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. Now, if we look at our options here, advanced material processing needs 30 units of green. And we can probably just make those manually so we can have those ready to go. Oh, well, thank you, Nebula, for that Prime sub as well. I really do appreciate it. That's very kind of you. And I hope you have an even more fantastic day. And the TTS got bugged out again. I'm going to have to do a... It's funny because it only does it with the Prime subs. Oh well. I'll need to figure that one out. Excellent, yeah, so like I assumed, it is actually producing a small surplus here.
I use my free sub on ya.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Emperor Nebula. I do appreciate it. Sharing those free subs, those Bezos bucks. Most kind of you. And all subscribers get their first words as a TTS. And I have a list of randomized random select TTS voices. So every time your first words will be read by, well, a randomly selected TTS voice from the Google Cloud service. Now, am I currently making those? Alright, so it's going to take a while. So first let's do something that is pure red, like, well, repair packs are something we will actually need, you know. And... ooh, fantastic. Ran out of ore. I just like to watch Factorio Twitch streamers. Well, thank you. It is a fantastic game. And I appreciate you enjoying... oh. Such a fantastic game. There. There we go. Wow. Either or, yeah. True, sheep in a car. A hype train. Nice. And Bro Roberto on the YouTube side saying, I raise a toast to the Omnissiah. May the factory grow to the end of space. Have a nice stream. Well, thank you. Bro Roberto, 95. I will do my best to have a most fantastic time. Now let's see. We have... what else do we need? Oh yeah, we need to make steel for that one, and yeah, just do some of that. And all this here is kind of working. There we go. And for those for you to get done manually. Okay, so I guess our steel smelting would need to improve. Part of that would be just also improving the steel inputs here on that side. So I guess we could put a bunch of smelters on this side as well. Obviously, first we need to make sure the stuff on this side keeps functioning for as long as possible. Heavy armor needs that steel, which we still haven't done. Man, I can't wait for better freaking power lines. And either more. See, now I see what you did there, sheep in a cart. Nice one. I liked it. Okay, so what our tiny little corporate production still making those, which is fine. There. So these are undone. We can ask for the better furnace production. No. For this one, we need electronics, irons, and gears. Can I... There you go. Now you three... It all produces these. I like your setup in the early game. Well, thank you. I'm sort of winging it. I have played the game before, but it has been a while. Half a second crafting time. And half a second. So this one of these would have 5 of these feeding into it for like maximum efficiency, but you know, that's not really what we're going for here, so fine. In fact, I can help it out like that. Then make another one of these here containers. And there we go. Now I got some of those being made as well. And this one might pretty much only wants plate and gear. This one wants plate and gear and electronics. There you go. Now you would want for half a second crafting time one of both. And you in half a second can make one of these. So it's 1 to 1. But a lot more steel than you might expect. Is my... Oh. Needs more power, I see. No, more than that, I should probably have also actually plugged in these things. That will probably help. You know, I build an entire new steam engine factory and actually give it steam. Okay. Those should keep it going for a while. Now you can try to empty yourself into multiple places. Here, have some more plates as well. Alright, now... you would need 1 plate. You need 1 circuit for a half second. You guys are 1 to 1. Try to figure this one out in a nice sort of visual manner. That is 1 to 1. And you need also 1 to 1 your own gear producer. And you need this guy who needs then 3 copper cables, which would be 2, 1.5 actually. So 3 of these would feed 2 of these. Then we have 1 extra. What's your science goal first? And the best mod is factory planner and mine batch planner. Could be. I mean, I just use... for the mine patch, I just like slap down freaking blueprints of the same repeating pattern eventually. Once I get the robots. Right now, I don't really have a plan. I'm just sort of winging it. Emperor Nebula. Doing my best. And trying to remember how to, like, set up these things. Now you just need... those 2. And once we got a bit more shit working out, then we'll probably figure out a proper, you know, something a bit more sensible. These would go 3 to 2, which would mean that the minimum you would want then is for a sort of stable system would be 2 of these, which means this one needs... Because I like things being like even numbers, so it's also just my own little brain goblins. Now this would produce then enough for how many of these? 6 seconds. And you would be producing 4 per second. Damn. Winging it. I like it. Yeah. I usually end up with having like structure and plans and so on, but I'm not that heavy on the whole early game planning. Don't like to use blueprints at this point. I'm just seeing how it grows. What does the map do? What does how are the locals reacting? All that good stuff. Which does remind me, there's one little machine we're gonna want to have here earlier on. We'll probably get rid of you, and frankly, I'll just eat that entire thing. And I'll put you there. There you go. Just make ammo. We're gonna run out. Okay, that stuff got researched, and in the meantime, then we'll have a look at our wonderful... So steel furniture solar panel. Solar panel it is. I mean, steel furnace it is. The locals love to vape that pollution and grow up big and green. It's very true. Nice and big and strong. Freaking vape. I never considered that. That's a good use of words for that one. But okay, so if we do the math here, so a single second can make again, just trying to visualize this 6-second crafting time, right? And it's 1 second. But one of these can then feed into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Surely that's how that would go. Because if you make 2 per second of these. It takes 6 seconds to do one of these, which means 6 of these consumes 1 per second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this setup would feed into 12 of those. Fair enough. Sounds acceptable. Well, then the question is, how do we place all of that? Do not forget assemblers as time modifiers themselves, also you can see real production speed when you hover over one. Now, 2 to 1 in a second. Yeah, 2 per second. 2 per second. Yeah, because 3 of these make then 6 per second. 2 of these both need 3, so that's a... Yeah, nice. But yeah, the factory will grow. We'll have to build bigger and bigger and bigger things to do all the stuff and, do all the science. What the fuck is this? Bonuses. Oh, right, yeah, we researched that ammo stuff. Yeah, neat. Neato. Oh, by the way, in the meantime, we can just do some of these manually while I ponder. Okay, yeah. So our copper production is very shitty. So that's okay. We're gonna need more furnaces. And for that one, we'll need 1 copper input. And then... Did you need also plates, by the way? Yeah, they all need plates. So our steel production needs to be way more aggressive. We can make that happen. Our leftmost thingy isn't quite enough, but if we add a splitter somewhere around here, we can probably just get rid of this guy for now. Move this away to the right or something. A splitter going down. Same with the coal. And then we'll have a sort of larger smelting area here. Oh, right. Radar's been fine. Okay, there's another close locals, and these aren't too far away. There's another 5.2 millions of iron, 7.5 of copper, so we're good once these inevitably shortly run out. Then this iron area will most likely be repurposed for our general copper smelting work going up here. Finding coal was, well, that's important for the near future. Until we get our hands on some good old electric furnaces. And cancel those plans for a little bit. There you go. There's one thing we also need to do here. That I completely forgot. Was our brick production. So if we then have another cut off, say... Wait, is that coal? All the way there. Huh. There we go. Man, I love the sound in this game. And how sort of like reactive they are to where the player is. The music reacts and changes. And every now and then, there's just like another sound effect of something that's happening around you, relating to it somehow. And I think that's kind of neat. There we go. Some basic brick production, because we're going to need them anyway. Because we're going to pave the planet. Oh, yes, we are. Screw the locals. Oh, you want raw stone and not bricks? Oh, okay. Well, good to know. Oh, there we see 0.31 per second. Right, so we can do the math. Okay, so how many plates do we need? We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, that's 8, 10. We need 14 plates. And 14 divided into 0.3. Well, that would be essentially 3 times 14, which would become 30, 42. Right. In other words, who's times 75? You see, I can't do math. Where's the containers? There you go. Slowly but surely producing tiny heckin' amounts. Yeah. You know what? That's fine. It's fine, don't worry about it. There we go. Because we've been needing those. Now 42 we do not have. Now do I have a real chance of making those with these shitty furnaces? Right, keep forgetting I should be breaking these things. Surely blue is the most delicious science. I might accept purple. I can't remember what all they needed. But Baloo does sound tasty. It is very true. Ah, our filth. It is spreading. Sooner or later, they will come. And when they do, we gotta have at least some guns ready. Alright, let's cut down some of these rocks while we're at it. I realized I just made a whole bunch of these shitty furnaces and we're almost into steel, so let's instead do what we can for a small little steel production here. We do it by oh wait, no. I'll have to be here. There. At least you can research that. There we go. The steel furnace. Crafting speed 2. That will save us a lot of time. Here we go. Red, forget about it. Green, nobody likes that fake bitter apple. It's true. And if it's lime, yellow does citrus better. Very good point. Orange, maybe. Well, Buffalopagus, I do believe you're onto something. Now 0.62, yep. Twice as efficient. Twice as pollutant. Heck yeah. That's the good stuff. these are producing 0.31 per second. Ah. Oh. Of all things, I'm low on bricks. But not for long, Daddy-o, not for long. There you go. The steel axe has been researched. Now we can mine even harder than owned puny meat hands. For now. Now these should still out. It takes input of 0.6. So one of these now takes in the output of 2 of these. You got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. So yes. We do in fact want to. 0.6. 0.6. In other words, we're going to want to get rid of this one. And there. So now they're 1-to-1. Heck in. And I can keep on producing these. Remember, when I had to build steel axes and they wore out? Remember? No, that does sound vaguely familiar, to be honest. Now go. Now these. I'll be fine. I think we'll have to ramp up our coal production. But for now, this system here is getting the job done. Oh, love the fact that I ran out of bricks. And coal is still keeping up for now. So. Ooh, those aren't even getting any. Hmm. There we go. There we go. That's my power. Consumption, production. Yeah, we're still okay. We're still okay. We're not completely fucked just yet. Not just yet. But I hunger for those better furnaces. Means we need more bricks. There we go. 16 more. Which means we should not be needing 40. Oh, hell yeah, no, this one. And then, yeah, we need... I definitely want better, just freaking power outlets. Then better power. I think we need landfill power just yet, but, you know, better automation. There we go. Excellent. So now this should, yeah, mostly balances out. Oh, yeah. Then we have a splitter, goes down here, comes down here. Same with the coal, goes down. Then they connect here, go further down, and we can have some iron coming from here. Join that directly. What at 14? So 0.6? What is that? So that'll be what? 24. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 24 at least. There we go. I was sort of falling out of love with electric furnaces. They have uses, but not to justify the fervor which I once chased them. I mean, it depends on how you're playing, really, and, you know, the map and all. If you have very aggressive locals, then the safety that the electric furnace can give you is, in my opinion, definitely worth it. Oh, right. Or at least that's my take on the matter. No. Forges for the win! Maybe. I still have to bring in the metal ores, and it's coal that much more work. Depends. And you can put modules inside the coal-powered furnaces. Ah, that's good point, Ankira. The electric forge, you can put your modules in. And yes, you'd have to bring in the ore and the coal to the normal ones. But for the electric one, you can have both sides be just ore. Which in my opinion definitely has its uses. The man to Metamax is pointing out that no, but once you return from Vulcanus, it does not matter anymore. No. Man, I can't remember what all you get from there. Now this one can carry 15 items per second, so we needed 14, so there should be more than enough, but just in case. It was like halfway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, this is halfway. No.
Pop Nemo Sonoff 10 needs some TP.
It's true. I gotta have a break soon. Gotta walk them doggies. Then we'll be back. We'll keep on letting this beautiful, wonderful factory grow. But give me a quick sec. I'm gonna just... No. No. Hickin' cogs. You always need more cogs. There's never enough cogs. Twin Ports still like my coal furnaces until much later. In the end, it's your factory. You gotta build it in a way that makes you happy. And I ran iron heavy plates. Ain't easy. There we go. Iron and coal getting pumped on in. Ah, yes, the plate production. It begins. Steel production is, well, continues doing its thing. And I guess there's a temporary solution here. There. Yeah. Needs more miners to fill up all of that aggressively enough, but these will at least be producing enough steel plates to keep this thing running. Then we'll need 1, 2, 3 copper plates per second. One of these produces. So we'll need, what, 6 of these to be mildly at surplus. What do I need in order? Oh. There you go. Just take all of them. Ran out of bricks again. You do not need it for steel. I suppose the coal is just as easily used to make electricity. Did we once need it to make steel? You might be thinking a vintage story. I mean, you need it in the sense that you need a fuel. If you're using coal-powered furnaces, then yes, you need it to make the steel. But if you have electric furnaces, then no. It's completely valid to use coal furnaces. When you switch to nuclear, you have no use for coal anyway. Pum pum pum. Yeah. Wait, no. Coal is used for something. I can't remember what, but it is used for something. In the yes, you need it in some chemistry for like plastic production and so on. If I remember correctly, there's some recipes in the chemistry side. I might be wrong, but that's a vague memory that I have, that eventually you no longer use coal for fueling your furnaces, but you do use it for your chemistry production. Nice, we're all out of the greens. Coal liquefaction. Yes, too many backs. That is one of the things, yeah. I remember using coal to replace oil fields and increase production. And qualification, you have foundries, and it's time to switch from furnaces. Exactly, Sankira, yeah. Right, but I need to go take care of those doggos. And I wish I could read the... let the factory run, but we don't have adequate defenses, to be honest. Oh, butt nuggets. $50 million iron, 7.5 copper. Yep. So for ethers over foundries. I can't remember how the foundry works. We'll find out when we get back to the Balkanists and the mega foundries. Can we find it here? There we go. Oh, these guys, the foundries. Yeah, these make your freaking... these are the high-end freaking production times. That is true. These are a good reason to go to Vulcanus. No. Now I don't know if the first one should be Vulcanus or Gleba. From base, yeah. Heckin' magic. Ooh, spoilage. Let's put in the spaceship. Or isn't he even making it far enough down? Glebe, I got stuck on Fulgora. Hate that backward process. Yeah, the Fulgora is my least favorite. It is very annoying. I get the spider bots at least on Gleba, and those were pretty handy in many ways because you can then do a lot of building and stuff on the map, even though you're not on the same planet, because they can carry droids and you just remote control them, and it can do a lot of the fighting for you. Very handy in many ways, in my opinion. There you go. Okay, I've said it now a few times. I'm gonna first save the game. Save as... I don't know, fucking handle time. Fine. And so it's been saved. If everything is absolutely destroyed by the time I come back, I'll probably reload the save, rebuild it from there. But if not, we'll hope for the best. I gotta walk the dogs, and then I'll be right back. See you soon. Out of hand. Oh no! Violence! Hey there, Bunny Foo Foo. Hope you're doing well. There, it's dead. Yep. Factorio. Hope you're doing well. Trust you well enough to have not have monster while you AFK? Nope, I don't. I just thought it might be funny. No wonder your almonds at the bottom of the map were not working. Also, by the way, some of your drills are no longer resource patches. Ones. Yep, I know. You wouldn't just fool. It is very true. Hearing the noise of aliens coming to eat your factory. It's totally an alien telephone pole. Yes. And thankfully, we have succeeded in bringing death upon our enemies. But I hope you're doing well, Benny Fufu. Yeah, this thing is full, yeah, because we built this entire thing to like just be, well, honestly, relatively temporary. Oh, we need to cut down some trees. Make a repair kit for the belt. Yep, that's the plan. Oh, yeah. There we go. I just woke up, saw this, and had to watch. You have to forgive me. I don't want to back it too much, but this is like my favorite game, and you do know you can change the color of your character, yep. Yes. I keep on forgetting you can change the color of the character because I just always go with the default. And yes, it's also one of my favorite games. I haven't played it now in a while, but it is absolutely a long time favorite. Had to vote for what it will be the game of the day, and Factorio won. Yeah, the idea is to have this one then produce for making the science stuff. You were wondering why it wasn't working. Yeah, I've gotten to the ice planet before in the space DLC, but it's been a while. But okay, green science. So to make some, these will make a fuck ton of shit. Okay, so we're gonna bring in some copper. You know what? We might as well start bringing. No, we're gonna do our best to drain this space. There we go. Now some of this shit is going in there. I'm gonna say fuck that tree. Play the space DLC. Oh, you haven't? Nice. It is worth it. I mean, it can feel so like very aggressively different because there's a lot of changes, so like rebalances. Some things that were difficult before are now easy. But then there's new challenges, which I find very cool and fun and interesting in so many ways. And like make me a bunch of lamps. Now I'm wondering if I should just Bring the copper like down here. Nah. What I can do... Yeah, because right now I'm also, you know, not... to say, like, min-maxing any of this. There we go. I'm gonna bring this stuff in here somewhere. Wait, what if we... did stuff this way? Then we'd have iron plates coming in from... say here. Yep. So you're coming in from here. Part of this comes up from here. We'll have a splitter where one half goes up there, one half goes to the side to make all of these. There we go. That'll work. Ish. Make a little bit more of that green science. And, well, I thought we'd break it anchoring those guys first, but apparently it was the left one, so we should also probably put down at least one turret. There we go. So all of that works, yeah. And these aren't working simply because, yeah, there's no more output. They're full. They're just chock full. Now I was thinking, so we bring these plates up. We make neat shit with it. Yeah, okay. So the plates come up. Copper comes down. So now all of that should work out. There, copper plates. Iron is coming from beneath. There we go. Well, I'll try it. It's worth it, in my opinion. But, you know, each their own. So this little thing is just, you know, making more green chippies while it can. Well, frankly, these guys don't need any more. So that'll be fine. And this is my sort of temporary steel production area. So that's those. Now all of these need plates as well. So one half goes there. You'll get all filled up. You produce these at half a second at a time. Okay, yeah. There we go, sir. There. Make those iron sticks for me. Because these tiny wooden electrical poles are becoming mightily annoying. There we go. There you are. Hmm. Well, technically, we could do it like that. The spaghetti! I know, little bunny foo-foo. Who doesn't love a nice little plate of heckin' spaghetti? Not everyone can appreciate it. And even my stuff, you know, they ends up becoming slightly less spaghetti eventually. But it all starts out as the good old spaghetti monster. As well it should. And now we still need all three for these guys. And of course, I just use linked chest now, but I miss looking at the spaghetti. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I like about the early game. You end up with, you know, all kinds of crazy spaghetti monster thingies. And eventually, you know, yes, you end up then having linked chests and, you know, all the robots doing stuff and everything built by freaking blueprints. Which is what I end up doing, and then having these massive grids, you just copy-paste all over the world, and then just harvest everything, and the factory must grow. But in the beginning, the first beautiful days of just wild, unadulterated spaghetti. Good times. I saw with robots. I'm looking forward to getting to robots myself. We'll get there. Right now, I'm just keep on getting distracted. Like, can I do this in some kind of aesthetic way? Or here, I guess I could do the same thing. Sort of. Oh, we don't need that one there. We do want it there. We'll need a splitter here. Wait. How far? Alright, perfect. For some reason, I seem to think my biters are evolving at a very rapid pace. Oh, I push very hard for uranium bullets. I'll say the other day, I think I finally found some appreciation for the Spidertron. It's kind of cute. Oh yeah, especially because in this base DLC, you unlock it on Gleba, and yeah, it is super handy actually, especially with multiple planets because it can house the like robot ports. So you can then assign all kinds of construction to happen while you're, you know, on a completely different planet and everything. Yes, yes, yes. And then you have fleets of them like, oh no, enemies, like, send off the Spidertrons, and then they'll just freaking end them. Gotta love it. Now here we could go with Womp, 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 Womp. Freaking lamps and everything. Now if we then combine these two, you're producing 1 per second. So we're making 2 per second of those. Which means that I think you can calculate to 14, right? 6-second crafting time. So 6 of these will take 1 second of output. I guess it was 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus these trains, yes, trains are amazing. I love the trains. Now, how did we copy paste these things? Oh, like that. Yay! Gotta love muscle memory, because I'm not even sure what I did. I just look, how do I copy paste this? Something like felt this feels about right. And it turns out it was. Yeah, that'll work out. There we go. There we go. Yeah, sure, you copy paste, control C, V, X, Y. Yeah. Or you alt click. No. What the heck did I do? Shift, right click. Or something. I'm not even sure what I did. But it worked. And my power production is too low. Well, thank you, Letharvel, for that follow. I do appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. There we go. Slowly but surely, things are happening. Oh, look at that. Need more science, though. Now we're heckin' overproducing. Yeah, shift right click is a copy, then shift left click is a paste. And the little bro. All right. Yoink. Stole all that shit. Early science mayhem. Ooh, taxes. Hmm. Okay, science is happening. Production exists. What do we have unlocked that we haven't really started producing too much of? Well, one thing we need is the heavy armor. Hmm. Got a welding mask on and everything. Put it in the spaceship. There you go. You yonking the belts, factory taxes. I'm taking this to build with. Yes, that is very true. Yes, in that sense, absolutely yes. Good old factory taxes. I need this for things and stuffs. There's a very slow yoinker as well. Now, let's see here. There you go. Science is happening. Excuse me, I need these plates. Yes. A common situation, I'd say. There we go. A nice slow one to fill that one up. Leave those there. These old leftovers. Ooh, solar power has been researched. For that to make sense, of course, we'll need the storage systems. Concrete leads to fluid wagons. I do believe these then engines that lead to the joys of trains. And trains are important. We need logistics too. Engine. Railway. Signals. Concrete. Circuit network is neat, but not something we need right now. And fluid handling. There we go. Now we got a list of stuff. Automation. Actually, frankly, I don't think we need you just yet. I think faster belts. Actually, also not that important, right? Oh. Automation 2 leads to fluid handling. Okay. This is our path to trains. Automobilisms. Sure. We're gonna want to drive around anyway. And then automation 2, then fluid handling. There you go. Hey there, Knapzor. How you doing? I was saying Factorio. It's very true. I had a vote. And the people have voted. And they demand that the factory must grow. Alright, solar panels will be nice, but hardly the most necessary currently. There you go. There we go. There. A little bit more coal. And the rocks are doing mostly well. There you go. And the bricks are happening. Okay. There we go. Ah, yes. Sweet, sweet pollution. Keeps you going. Magic keeps working, logistics is happening, science is being done. The green is obviously being more or less overproduced. There you go. So when it's too full, then we'll have a little buffer here so these guys can always keep on producing forever. That's what I'm saying. I made Astroloy, the advanced furnace. Yes. Ooh, nice. I attempted to make Waspaloy, but I needed more and less. What are they? Like more heat, less pressure, or vice versa. More pressure, less heat. Oof. A lot of fireworks, though. Nice. And I made an ogre that provided me with nothing. Yes, the ogre is kind of pointless unless you wanted to dig a straight tunnel. But then I realized the mining drill in Stationeers also has the sort of level mode instead of just the default mode. And that made the ogre even less useful. Okay, Logistics 2 has been researched. What all do we need for this one? We need iron gear, wheels, and transport belts. Ooh. I'm gonna stop this thing from continuing its thieving ways, and we're just gonna have to have a whole bunch of like sticks here, which is gonna be a-okay. No, it was not the nice kind of fireworks. Oh, big boom, or just like, I mean, even an impressive explosion can still be a very nice piece of fireworks. Just saying, especially in Stationeers. There you go. Oh, demands are going up. Even more ore. Now these are now producing more plates than we can deal with on this end. But it's all a little bit of a nonsense. Anyway, so it's fine. Oh, that is true. These guys can be... completely gotten rid of. No. Oh, either from volatile ice just gassing in my house. Yes, that's happened to me. Or pipes bursting containing volatiles. Also has happened. Sometimes when a fabricator started making something with a spark, my whole factory became very hot. Not explosion, just the air was burning inside. Yes, that has happened to me many times. I think I have 2 separate clips of turning on the auto lathe and suddenly the atmosphere itself ignites. Good times. Oh, hell yeah, we're approaching automated rail transport. Wait, am I without me noticing? I made trains. We need trains. We need trains now. Not soon. Immediately. Which means we need to make engines. Steel plates, iron gears, and pipes. I don't have any factory making pipes, but a whole bunch of like steel just randomly being put in this chest for now, so we can at least make a couple of manually made locomotives. Well, manually, we can't really make an engine on our own, I believe. Oh, sounds kind of cool, though. Yes. Yeah, Bunny Fufu, I mean, yeah, Stationeers, super fun game. A whole ton of fun. Now here, I guess, if we turn this into faster stuff, we'd have more production. But then again, we don't need more production. Kind of our science consumption is a little slow. I guess we should try to produce even more of the red stuff. Oh, that's okay. Ooh, I thought the space DLC. Yeah, no. The atmosphere, as far as I know, will not ignite in the space DLC for Factorio. More, yeah, that's more of a Stationeers kind of thing. I guess I could just do this, though. Of course, you'd want to have it not there, but here, to be honest. Wait, is that a tiny, teeny bit of ore? And the latter ones also get what they crave. I got some advice regarding the advanced furnace from a friend. I'm a little disappointed how the metagame on how to use it feels very cheaty and weird. Oh, okay. I just keep on pumping my output hot gases into a separate tank and recycling them for as long as possible and only heat it up with the fuel when necessary. Oh, would you look at that? We got guests. The neighbors came to say, well, okay, well then, yeah, it's all okay. A quick visit by the neighbors and a quick goodbye to the neighbors. Wonderful. Alright, I'm a little confused. What was I doing? Right, pipes and things. Yeah, because we got this guy who was barely snagging any, but we could probably make him stop for now. We've got enough plates coming here to also back up a bit. So if we get more ore here... Okay, that alone is already pushing it so far down. Now they're all successfully producing. And after you, we'll look into liquids, oil gathering, need better ammo. I don't want gates. Forgot they were under behind the military. We need gates for the trains because we're gonna have to build walls and shit. It's gonna be amazing. And yeah, Glebe requires landfill. Makes sense. Well, and concrete for the rocket silos because gotta get space. Happens much earlier now in the space DLC. Oh, needs more power. Right, we need a factory to make just pipes. There you go. Okay, we're gonna need a whole bunch. And this whole production needs to go. I'm putting in 4 because I like that number. Nice. There we go. There we go. Because now we can fit 2 more of these. There we go. I'm going to try to improve the advanced furnace setup I have made so far. A bit more insulation, more gas, but I have a problem with my normal pipe network that it bursts when I try to refill it. Ooh. Well, I have to be careful there because it has the maximum pressure and inline tanks. If something keeps on bursting because of pressure, put in an inline tank somewhere. You can just put like a T crossing and a small inline tank there because it drastically increases the possible, like the amount of volume that can fit inside the pipe network. And that will make the entire system just, be way more efficient. Not burst. In the sense that I made a system there. Where I could vent an entire airlock into an inline tank. Wow. It's an inline tank, just like a T, because you can do crossings in pipe, bends, and then
We're too close. Stay on target.
Thank you. Stay on target, yeah. Like a T crossing, for a pipe. And then you just stick on an inline tank, because that is enough to give the entire pipe network more volume. So you won't over pressurize. Yeah. A 3-way crossing on a pipe. Because if you have a problem with pressure, then it could be that one specific. Because if you have one small pipe, one bend, it can very accidentally. You could be putting too much gas into that small piece of pipe, faster than it can get out from there, and then it can overpressurize very easily. So either making the pipe longer increases volume, which means it won't burst, or I can then similarly just put an inline tank there somewhere, because it increases the total volume of that specific pipe network. An inline pipe. What is an inline? No, an inline. Tank. My bad. Not an inline pipe. Inline tank. My mistake. Yes. The balls on the pipe, exactly. Some of those tanks got really big balls, yo. Really big balls. Alright. The science is happening. We have made more pipes. Grab some of that. Grab some of that. And I'll put you back there. Well, I steal all of those. And then you shall make engine. Feed it back into steel crate. I see my mistake here. Wait, no. Should be 2 on both sides. You should be equal. And yet they are not. From the other kits that also make this storage filler thingy. Yes, the pipe utility kit. If you're the one that refills tanks, you can find there. Then there's the insulated version, but that one doesn't have the tank filler. That one just has the inline tanks. The pipe balls. There you go. There, you keep on mining this one. There we go. 4. We're gonna need large amounts of. There you go. We'll need more eventually, then we'll build a proper factory. Good old eventually. Yeah. But if you don't want to use the inline tank, you can also, if you have like a straight pipe, just make it like bendy like an S. Because a single pipe segment also does provide an okay amount of volume. But an inline tank there in between will just help tremendously. So. $594,000 coal and 400 stone. Iron ore, more copper, uranium, we can't deal with that. Crude oil is good. There we go, 70 million coal. So we need train stations. 2 million stone. So these two will be probably. Yeah, we'll figure out the train station when we get there. Ta-da, okay, it's food time. Yay, my factory grow. Thank you, Knabzor. That's off now, and I hope you enjoy your food. I hope it is nice, tasty, lovely, and delicious, my friend. Alright, so. In order to make train, we will of course want to make tracks, and this will need steel, sticks, and raw stone. Which means we're gonna need a good old... Oh, and it was being damaged. You dare fight back, locals? No, you should know your place. Oh yeah. There we go. Oh, finished with the concrete and everything. Oh. More research speed. More research speed. Followed by... There, bigger booms. we go. Hell yeah. Ah, beautiful locomotive. Amazing. Hmm. If you work on these, then you get sticks, steel, and rocks. And then we start snagging shit from there. And you're essentially kind of weak ass steel production. Well, guess we'll start with that. Put some rocks too. There we go. Alright. So far it's still look pretty unprotected, but eventually, yeah, we need to go there to deal with those local yokels. Oh, that is flowing pretty well. Well, math seems to be mostly mathing, so that's okay. Research speed increase is A-okay as well. Now, one of the things I don't need sort of right now, actually, is more bricks. Got a bunch. They can wait for a while we... make some other things, I think, yeah. I had to think. Plates. It's holding me back right now. Yoink! Grab all them sweetie, delicious McPlates. All them concrete is done as well. Fluid wagons are being researched. What did we need then for steel electronics and search for that recipe? We need, well, we're gonna need walls soon for various things. Here we go. Iron, stone, and water. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh well. Death to the tree. There'll be none of that. And none of the others. Yeah. The bricks can wait for a while. The research is happening. Almost akin done. Okay, so guess it's time to expand and deal with some of our local neighbors. So what if we don't have a large copper smelting area just yet, but I think we need to deal with these two because these are getting, well, excessively angry at us, just bolsters. And then here, well, we need the crude oil. Which also means, before we head out, but there's science pack already done. What all do you need? Grenades, piercing rounds, and walls. Right. I'll have a recipe for the radar. What am I looking at? Iron gear wheels for these guns. And this guy's gonna keep on making stuff. Another one as well. Okay, cool. So we need copper plates. There we go. Malvita for those. Power situation is acceptable for now. Alright, bring some steel. And bring down some rocks. Oh yeah. Won't be. These guys aren't keeping up. I'm thinking I should probably just break down that one and maybe put down another one of these. I'm like Factorio coming along. Well, hello there, another Jamie. Welcome on back. Hope you're having a nice time. It is most definitely coming along. This much is true. Oh, right. There you go. Making some heckin' walls and bricks and rails, because finally we're in the train age. Technically, at least. We're kind of training. Researching weapon and shooting speed. I see relations with the neighbors are going well. They are going fantastically. I'm just going to go right now over here to give them a nice little greeting. Like, hello. I hear there's oil around these parts. Sounds like you guys could use a little bit of freedom. If you know what I'm saying. And also, it sounds like I need to go get me some more ammo. There you go. That'll keep him busy for a little while. Where I was hiding on WMD, it's very true. Underground. Hacking radicals. Attacking our means of industry. No, it's, to be fair, it wasn't even a dev with WMD. It's even worse. They got freaking biological weapons. It's true. It's horrifying. Absolutely terrifying. God dang it. Built those wrong. Oh, we'll just do that, I guess. Whomp. There we go. Democracy must be brought to them by force, if necessary. Very true. You know, the man doesn't want you to know, but the Factorio is actually happening in the Helldivers universe. That's what we hear. Preemptive democracy. See, I ran there and I built those mines, came back, then I realized, wait, I went back for bullets. I mean, freedom ballots. It's true. How else will they learn? Ooh, robots. Apparently I'm mucking about a bit too much. My research is too powerful. But with trains, they can bring in more coal. So now I guess I gotta build a proper factory with actual, like, proper centralized smelting and all that. I think the point I quit Twitter X was when a contingent of users were earnestly arguing that Helldivers and Starship Troopers weren't satire. Oh no. Oh, it's amazing. I guess that's a different form of the heart wants what the heart wants, I guess. I feel like I'm just lucky by it that I was, I don't know, a bit of a Luddite in the sense that when Twitter happened, I just never got the appeal. Oh, what? No! I was not paying attention. Oh well. Rip. Yeah. Well, we're not doing a permanent run right now. So that's just more like just shame more than anything else. Oh. Measure my character's deaths by the number of unfired pistols I leave in the chest next spawn. Hey, thank you for pointing that out. See if the pistol goes in here with my light armor. And back in the spaceship, they go, turret got revenge, it did, Emperor Nebula. The turret defense worked perfectly. It was when I'd like stop and look in my inventory. Plus also, I keep on forgetting that, you know, the worm attack leaves a damaging acid area. Do not walk into it. Do not run into the acid. It is bad for you. And every time, I do it again. Yay. Actually, they might be coming in from the side here, so we're gonna have to make a small... Alright, that does make sense without getting power here, which we currently can't really do. So instead, nice little death battery. There you go. That'll keep our oil safe from any of these horrible, non-democratic thoughts of these insects are obviously having. Wait, side trooper satire? Yes. You bothered I would program circuits to have bots take pistols off my new body and play a little elegy on the speaker in tribute. Now that, I must admit, sounds like actually fun project. What? No! My copper! I need it. Things. I guess I really should try to make that car. Oi! Oh, you shit nozzle. You leave her alone. Oh, man. Oh well. They didn't really slow down production, so that's okay. Now, what was I planning on doing here? Heading to the right was dealing with these before they get too angry. But then these guys are already angry, so maybe we should deal with them first. So we deal with that one and we leave it a set of turrets here to keep the iron ore safe. Because we're going to need the coal. 70 million means it'll be efficient and in use for quite a while. Get a train station nearby, brings it over. Iron we can probably, considering the size of things here, we could probably just turn this, all of this, into the iron smelting area. Then the coal will be brought by train here and here, because then we could have copper coming in from below, iron from here. We got some stone here as well, which we can then manage locally, and then have manufacturing in this area. We can even apparently pull in some copper from here as well. Yeah. Oh. There you go. Got 5 turrets. We need some more walls. I mean, some more ammo, though. Wait, haven't we made... Yeah, we have made these better ones. Okay. There we go. Nice and lovely and a lot faster. Ah! Screw that then. Right. I'll deal with the neighbors first. And then we'll look into mining that oil so we can get the research done. I do have some coal on me. How did I get into a car? Come on. There we go. Well done, turret friend. Hey, well, seems like as good a place as any. There we go. And this one that's further down. Okay, worm down. Ran out of ammo. And there we go. Clearing out those pesky, pesky locals. There we go. Let's back to base. Grab some more ammunition for ourselves and our car. Come on. Then we go and if having a solar and nuclear route once you start to outgrow your steam production, most likely a little bit of both. I haven't really made up my mind yet. It's one of those we'll see when we get there kind of situations. Because I like having these large solar arrays with batteries and everything. They're a very good one, but at some point then I like then also have a nuclear, just because I like building a little bit of everything. I think it's neat. Fair, love solar, but it demands so much space. Yeah. I feel the same way. That's why most likely I will go heavy on the solar until at some point we also make some nuclear. Solar has the advantage that once you have your large solar panel raised and with blueprint, you just slap them down. Let the droids deal with it. Whereas nuclear, I feel like it involves a little bit more, actual, planning, designing kind of situation. Ran out of rocks again. But, getting there. It's fine. Right, we need more. All the ones sticks, you say? Well, good thing there's a whole bunch of fucking sticks right here. What breed of dogs do you have? Well, Jacques. I see you. I have 2 rescued mutts. Mixed breed. One of them looks like an extremely generic dog, like the doggiest dog. And the other one is, I think the closest is like a Kokoni. It's like this short-legged husky type. It's weird. He is a very strange fellow. Strange-looking fellow, but he's absolutely adorable and lovely. And I love him to bits. I love a mixed pooch. Yeah, I grew up on a farm, so most of the dogs that I grew up around were already like mixed breed dogs, and I've always found that mixed breed dogs usually end up being a little bit healthier on account of the less. What's the word now? Inbreeding. Makes that best. Yeah. Now, wait a minute. Right, we're making power lines so we can try to pull a large one. The mediums want that shit. We got sticks. Got a little bit of steel. Got some copper. If enough ammo to at least keep me in the fight for a little while. Yeah, the big ones had the long range. Okay, cool. I did remember correctly. There it is. Yeah. There we go. Hacking trees. There we go. Try to keep in these animal sounds. And I can't see no beastie. There you go. They're all linked. Flammables. Efficient fuel and more aggressive combustibles. We do rockets. Rocket fuel and flamethrowers. Sulfur processing. Well, we haven't really found any sulfur yet, so that's okay. But plastics leads to red chips, leads to bulk inserters in the blue science. Modules and modular armor. These are defender leads to military stuff we don't really care about right now. Here we need to do sulfur. Oh yeah, we create sulfur. That is true. We do batteries and slowly and surely into robotics. And energy accumulators. Wonderful. Those are what we need to make solar power, sensible. Less prone for hereditary problems too. Yes, exactly. Another Jamie. Near the crew deposit, the rest comes from cracking and whatnot. Heckin' beautiful. Gonna crack it all the way. Explosives, we need those. Flamethrower, yes, because no wait, but that's the military one. We don't have that done yet, so we're gonna see what we can do with just what we have unlocked. So red signs. Red chippies. There we go. There you go. At least if nothing else, we're just getting it into storage. And processing will need oil refineries and a chemical plant. And then the solid fuel. Oh, yeah. Gonna be grand it is. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now a source of oil. Now we need to deal with it. Man, I guess we could try to do a lot of it just here. What do the locals think? Well, the good thing is they don't get a say, so that makes life a little easier. Alright. Make 5 of those. We'll need the bricks. And iron gear wheels. And ammunition. And cogs. And pipes. And then straight up plates, which I don't think we're sort of storing anywhere anymore. Whoa. There you go. Produce more. Produce it faster. Okay. Another research blasting on through. We're approaching proper factory logics. We're gonna need even more of these, which requires copper. Wait, what? No. Now, if I asked you to just produce me some turrets. Now, we brought these turrets thingies in here. I make a steel box. There. And we probably bring in editing and crafting. Perfect. There we go. There we go. There we go. Excellent. Ooh, battery has been researched. Accumulator is next one. Heckin' lovely. Modular armor, yes. Now we can start adding interesting things. Personal battery. Because, portable solar panel without a personal battery doesn't make much sense. And do you ever bother with a car or a tank in your runs? Oh, yeah, I've already built the car. I like driving around the car with the car and the tank. And especially when clearing out, biters and biter nests and things, it is just handy. Yeah, well, that'll keep him busy for a while. I find it good for starting outposts or other long-distance things. Never found it much better than the infantry-based solution for defense, personally. Yeah, but I also like, especially the tank, I like the cannon. It's just, I like the oomph. Is it the best choice? I don't know, but it's fun. Same with the car. It's just easier to move around because, running around, we are relatively slow in the end. The tank is better because then all of those trees are, well, they're not your problem anymore. Tank turret does feel nice and crunchy. It is. And it hits so good. It is my favorite way of dispatching biter nests. 1.4 thousand units of green science waiting to go. So this has kept on producing red science because it doesn't have this kind of nuke. It just goes straight here. So, it's doing okay though. Those guys have run out. That's fine. Okay, let's have a quick look here. What was the plan? The plan was we have the crude oil coming out, and that means we need to deal with these neighbors so we can get a train goes down, goes through here, brings coal, or through up, or from above. Actually, is better. So train brings coal to the iron smelting area. Also stone smelting into bricks production. I don't know if there's a water around here. We can hope for the best. Down here we got some more bitey boys and some uranium ore but we know uranium is not that important right now. Well, these guys here, well, they look like they're itching to cause a whole bunch of trouble. There's a run there with the tons of shields and purge natives with atomic fire. Ooh, Sankira. And that's like endgame shit. That's when, oh, look at that. We've had visitors, I see. Well, the accumulators got done. Yeah, now, yes, we need the sulfur so we can make the batteries. Right. Exactly. You're absolutely correct. Needs to be done. Now, I'm going to turn you off. There we go. Make me guns. And this one required then copper, steel, and firearm. Okay, well, that's gonna be... a nice to have. No, no hypocrisy. You should build bigger, no main boss. Hey, not yet. I'm just having fun. Not taking it too seriously just yet. But yeah. It will be, it's gonna expand. This is just me, like, starter base. Having my starter fun. And Tim saying, I do wish they'd brought in orbital bombardment as an endgame research option. Seems logical for the Space Age DLC. Unlike many tech tree options in this game, it would save time. That is very true. That could be very cool. Is it Space Age? Yes, it is. No, yes. This is, yes, no hypocrisy on the YouTube side. It is, in fact, yes, the Space Age DLC. And, yeah, everything's going to grow eventually. Right now, I'm just, like, jumping from project to project, getting distracted by shiny lights, randomly murdering the locals. Sometimes getting mildly confused, forgetting what I'm trying to do here. And then running along to, trying to do some shit again. Yep. Another miner. Yeah, the factory will grow. Right now it's just start a base. Hopefully kind of working. We got some train tracks. I need to bring some rocks for that guy. In fact, I do believe what I need to do is... grab all those guns. And, ooh, would you look at that? My steel smelting is finally not keeping up when I added the turrets into it. That's a fun thing to notice. When you do radars, you're just spreading them out. No overlap, maybe 25 of them. Yeah, no proxy. I have played the game before. I have used my blueprints to have these giant sectors all connected with train tracks built by drones while I'm far away on another planet. Good times. Right now, though, I'm just mucking about, enjoying the early game. Wait, that is a good point, though. I should build a radar here. Now I'm going to deal with these locals on the right. Boogly boogly. The welcoming committee is ready. All of us don't even know what hit him. It's very true. There's a portable ion cannon mod. I need that. Ooh. That sounds cool. But I'd be very happy with just if I agree if your orbital platforms could have, cannons that you could shoot onto the planet. The game already has so much like really cool hands-off stuff. Ooh, there's more of them here. Ooh, a spitter spawner. Oof. Man, I'm looking forward to getting back to robots. There's artillery, closest thing. That's very true. I do like the artillery, and the artillery train is a fun one. To just send it over. Start like launching into them. And the nuking. That is very true. For a crawl, haven't done that in a while. Yeah. It's just... There you go. Heckin' bugs. We do this for freedom, for democracy, and for industry. The factory must grow. And as Gleba shows it all, us all, the fact that you might be a living, potentially even sentient creature is irrelevant if you are viable, you know, construction material. There we go. I can leave those there. Those might hang out there as well. There we go. And the Eastern Front has been pacified. Science has been scienced. These are... good old modules. A-Bone on a space platform. Yeah, that'd be fun. Just A-Bone on some heady handling it personally. Way too easy for it to go Ori. So it'd be a video of someone loading one onto a rocket turret in Gleba. Went well for no one. Would you like to know more? Nice. Lately I found the attacker robots are OP. Could be. I never really got that into the whole, you know, the robots you can chuck and kind of hope for the best. I guess that's more of my loss more than anything. Now, we have one train in our pocket, among many other things that we probably shouldn't have. We have rails. We have now unlocked the sulfuric acid recipe. Needs sulfur. So we need water. Now, the question is, it's probably easier for me to like just pump in up water from here and then like be done with it. Good old giant up down pipe. One little lake that will fuel infinite industry. Either that or we pipe down and we have like me meet in the middle. But currently at this point I kind of do want to, you know, preserve that forest, to be honest. As such, our sort of current machinations, this thing will keep running for a while. We got a copper relatively close by. You got then 15 million. Oh, more oil as well. Okay, so we're gonna build our oil processing here. Yep, seems good to me. Now I just gotta see if I can remember how the hell all this works. You can only do your basic oil processing, which takes in crude oil and outputs petroleum gas. You can make petroleum gas into solid fuel. Iron plates and sulfur and water make sulfuric acid. Plastic bar making coal and gas. Sulfur making water and gas. Okay, so we want battery production at least. Also makes 50. Okay, 2 of these would make 100 sulfuric acid, which would power then 5 more for the battery. Which means we need... And then there's still excess sulfur. How annoying. And you're outputting 45 petroleum gas. So these 5. We'll start. There we go. We'll need these, which require steel plates, which we don't have. And yeah. An offshore pump. Okay, let's go fetch that steel, and then we head on up there and also get our concrete production in order, because we're going to pave the goddamn world. Ooh, bulk inserter is done. Nice. I do enjoy those. And all this shit will make so much more sense. It works so much more better. No. Let's get our good old technology to improve here. Wait, what? My bad. Yeah, it needs more production. It needs more iron. And now it's everything built around the existing patches, and once we are no longer bound. Oh, so that's how I do that. Okay, good to know. So we're no longer bound by the existing patches, but we start relying on our transportation networks and trains. That's when we can then also start building, well, the next step, I suppose. I don't have iron plates. Oof. There you go. Then, god damn it. God damn it, I don't know, I'm gonna end up reinstalling Factorio because of you. I know the feeling. I'm also like, oh, I'm getting so hooked. I'm like, oh no. But soon I know I must go sleep. You know, there's like there's an actual world out there. But also, the factory must grow. There you go. Now they'll produce even more nonsense. And yeah, we should probably have a quick look-see at the whole ammo situation. We are a-okay there. Now we came for stuff so we can make more of these. Iron sticks, really. There we go. Oh, that'll be stocked full up soon enough. That's fine. Sheesh, you're absolutely right, Game Potato. It's getting a little out of hand. But I might have an addiction. The thing is how well this is going, you know, there's a non-zero chance that I might have to sort of like declare. I think we're gonna put it. No, we can't do that. Oh man, the game of the day for tomorrow to be Factorio. But nah, I'll try to be good. Oy. Look at him go. Filling this bastard up with heckin' petroleum gas. And what am I doing with this petroleum gas? I'll then stick it all up your ass. Nah. Now, in order to make a battery, yeah, coal is needed in freaking plastic bars. So that's where the coal in the end goes. We're no longer used in power production or furnaces, and it just make more plastics. Yeah, because solid fuel can be used to also replace everything that coal is used for, pretty much. What should we do? Solid fuel and petroleum gas. Yeah, sulfur. It's necessary for the sulfuric acid, which is then necessary for the batteries, which is then necessary for all the other good shit. So I'll have to have a sulfur factory here, I guess. Wait, that won't work. They need one space in between, unless we do shenanigans with... Oh no, we can make that work. There we go. Petroleum comes in. And then water. Comes in through there. There we go. Inventory is full. How tragic. Let's bring the stone down to the... There you go. Oh yeah, fucking concrete. So much running around. So much slowness. Won't be long. Won't be long. Heck, there you go. Yep, that works for me. Yep, iron, basic iron plates. Remains a thing I, for some reason, I'm not collecting. There, much better. There we go. Start making some of those red advanced circuits. Where's the... There you are. And we'll see if we can get it. Okay. There you go. Water is happening. Yeah, make sure we don't lock ourselves in because that'll be embarrassing. In case we need to make it bigger. Oh, making technology increasing. There we go. Okay, now I'm gonna do more research. All right. And for now, you're going to produce that. 2 per second. And we're going to need those, or then the bulky bulk ones. We will need more of... Isn't it here? There you go. Make 40 of them. So now we're making a whole bunch of sulfur. Next we'll make sulfuric acid, which requires water, which we now have here. Iron plates, which we're going to have to bring in from somewhere. Let's see. God damn it. So, they're all getting water now. Could have probably scooted them the other way, but that should be fine. And then we can have iron plates effectively coming from that side. I'm not sure what's coming in between here. That's why I just put them all like far away as a sort of placeholder. We most likely will bring them in, you know, much closer. Yeah. It's all coming together. But that'll be another day because it is been 10 hours. Jesus Christ. I went a little overboard. Victoria does that to you. And as such, my friends, thank you very much for hanging out. Save over the handle times. Look at them blueprints. Beautiful. We'll jump on over to the end stream state. And we'll see how it's going. I'm sorry, Jim Potato. Better late than never, eh? Thank you for hanging out. Turbex Excessive, and another Jamie, everyone else. On the Twitch side, on the YouTube side, it's been a lot of fun. Time to play the song. And we'll most definitely will be returning to the magical land of Factorio. Tomorrow, we'll again start the day with Game Dev and then with a vote for Game of the Day. On the list will be Factorio. Just saying, in case you want to affect it. So thank you everyone for hanging out. A good time. I'm now going to click the collecting on the raid button here and see who's here. And a good night, Aurelia. Let's see, rated you. Who is on? No one I owe raid to. And what are people doing? What are people playing? That was weird here. Like, where do we raid? And, well, if nothing else, apparently we can get right on over to JD Plays, who's playing a Factorio and doing apparently a public speed run of the server to join. Time to beat 4 hours and 44 minutes. Ooh, and that sounds like exciting content and interesting to find out to have a look-see at. So, rating JD Plays. There we go. So, thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. I hope you had a good time. I had a wonderful time with all of you. And I hope all of you have a wonderful day. And like I said, tomorrow, more Game Dev, followed by vote for the Game of the Day. And thank you everyone on the YouTube side as well. It's been super fun. Twitch side, it's been super fun. I'll be seeing you around, my friends. Until then, take it easy, stay awesome. Ta-ta.